Further proof that hexagons are best. Sure. I dropped the rock on them and killed them. Because I kept making too many of them. Let's just get rid of this overlay. So, we did have a bunch of dwarves die. So if you don't hear your name, you can check in Legends and find out how you perished. I've got a thing that I need to make, apparently. Do I have traction benches queued up? Doesn't look like it. Just to stop 2 people from going to prison, potentially? Oh, I should probably turn on my numlock. Alright, so as you can probably tell, we're digging too deeply and greedily at the minute. Well, not super deeply nor greedily, but we're digging into adamantine, which is both deep and greedy. I am trying to invade the underworld, and I want to use 2 things to invade the underworld. Don't mind all this stuff. This is normal. Definitely normal, and is supposed to be here. Let's just unforbid all that and dump all this, because this is all normal and supposed to be here, and those are all largely dwarfs. Not all of them, but largely. So I will actually undump some of these. But a bunch of people died, and the reason a bunch of people died is I had some, shall we say, minor disagreements in the tavern. It was actually a tantrum, not a tavern brawl, and a whole bunch of dwarves ended up going to hospital over it. I think they're all out at this point. Yeah, looks like it. So we're gonna have to deal with the more disgruntled of the dwarves in the fort. Currently, everybody is here, so the full population is in the fort at the minute. We have a very large flock of rocks. The big old rock flock. The rock posse, if you will. We also have ridiculous hydras. We'll go with that. Ridiculous numbers of hydras, to the point where I should just start putting them in cages, I think. And then just, like, make a hydra bomb. Not to be confused with the hydrogen bomb. Those are 2 very different things. That would require gin to make a hydra gin bomb. It'll just be a hydra bomb. Basically, it's where you put a bunch of animals into one small cage and then trigger it with a lever or something, and triggering it releases them all simultaneously. So I'm thinking we put them down close to the underworld and then just release them and let them fight the demons. Down here we have Daddy Dragon and Mummy Dragon, and unfortunately Mummy Dragon and Daddy Dragon haven't successfully made a baby dragon since normal, which was 6 years ago. So most of the baby dragons are 6. Some of them are probably 7, I guess, years old. We've been using them for baseline defenses. Yeah, so they're 7, which means we'll get more adult dragons this week, which is exciting. So maybe we can actually, like, increase the output of the baby dragons, which would be lovely. We do have elves that are coming to trade soon, so we will need to open up the trading door. But the idea that I hear is I've changed this because we kind of had a siege while traders were still here, and the baby dragons kind of burned my traders along with the siege. It wasn't ideal. Are they still dog size at this age? No. So if you look at the wiki, by year 1, they're this. When they're 0 years old, they're the size of a fox. By year 1, they're the size of a dog. By year 2, they're the size of a bison. By year 6, they're the size of a small elephant. And by year 10, they're like an elephant. So no, they're bigger than a bear already. They are quite large. They grow in like strict tier size every 2 years as little babies. But after that, it's every 10. So it's like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, etc. So no, they are not still the size of a dog at this stage. And they can still put out an adult burst of fire. Although after doing some testing, it seems that they shoot fire at mega beasts, were creatures, etc. But they don't, for whatever reason, shoot fire at enemy soldiers. I don't know why. It doesn't really make much sense to me, but they just don't do that. So, yeah. Are we putting stuff into tombs at the minute? That's the question. One dwarf is. My theory is a while ago sci-fi has there was a major problem where dragons would just breathe fire constantly while in combat, and the result would be random dwarves, whenever like neutral units would walk by, would just get turned to charcoal, which isn't exactly optimal if you're trying to play the video game sci-fi has. So my theory is that they made it so that forgotten beasts don't shoot, or not forgotten beasts, trained dragons don't shoot fire unless it's like not a siege threat, because if you're using them as part of a squad, then they would just get blasted, you know, like your squad would all be dead. That's my theory. I feel like you were expecting this outcome, Grabicus, when you permitted the cat to sleep on you. I'm just saying that you don't have the right to fully blame the cat. I think that the cat certainly... Why is there a giant muskox in here? And what? Also, something evil's emerging from the newly exposed pocket. I'm just gonna get rid of this giant muskox. Actually, maybe not. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that giant muskox. Maybe I should just like put some cage traps back here, just in case stuff does get through in future, because like that's a little sketchy. Just a little bit, you know. Maybe like one here as well. Not me, I don't think. I mean, it seems to be just, like, scaring itself in. Although that would be exciting, wouldn't it? If, like, we just started getting attacked by giant muskox. Giant agitated muskox would be an unpleasant thing. And now you're being head-butted and squeaked at. This is what you accepted when you invited a cat to live in your home. Oh, that's why there's a giant muskox. It's because all of its friends and family are stuck in my unrelated other cages. Well, that's good. As well as 2 reindeer. Also, Bimbal. Dear Bimbal. Why must you be breaking my door like this? What squad are you in? You're in the Fateful Clasps. I'm going to remove you. This was the dwarf that was used as a pinball, because Bimbal throws a shirt. I tell you to go put your stuff in bins, and I'm going to expel you, because this was one of the big problem dwarves when it comes to tantrums. I mean, he is a pretty good fighter. He's been in the ranged squad for a while, but I don't want him taking all of the armor with him and all the bolts. So we're just going to let him put his stuff away. Belongs to the landlady in the sun. Oh. You know what you signed up for when you accepted renting your space and sharing it with a cat. But fair enough. They should give you discounts on rent for babysitting the cat. How do I deal with sieges? With pointy sticks. Are you worried that they're going to tunnel into my base? They've never successfully done that. Miles long. Like, every now and again, they will, like battering ram through a section of wall or something, but, like, I've always seen it coming to a point where it's not really a concern. Like, unless you just completely ignore them, I guess, then I could see that happening. But I don't completely ignore them, so I don't really see that as an issue. If it's days travel, they probably won't, unless they know that you're there. Daniel Lutean. So I would attack them. Like, if you want to go to war with goblins, attack first. Or, like, just go demand tribute. And then they'll attack you. Like, you don't need to, like, risk your dwarves' lives. You could just, like, demand tribute, and that would be enough. And demanding tribute is non-combatant and safe, technically. You're not allowed to flush the toilet past 8 p.m.? Okay, so... wait, hold on. Do you share rules? Or do you share toilet with your landlords? Also, I'm pretty sure that's not legal, depending on where Kravis the Great lives. But, like, are you sharing a toilet with them? Like, are you just renting, like, a bedroom kind of deal? Because if so, giant deuce at, like, 8:15. And then go to bed. Just demolish the bathroom at 8 o'clock. On the dot. Are renting bedrooms? Oh yeah, no, I would 100% leave the biggest crap in the toilet at 8 p.m. I'd be like, I don't know, you said no flushing. No exceptions. That's psychotic though. And also I'm pretty sure that's not legal. At least here that wouldn't be legal. Go shit on the lawn. Also, check out my growing population of hydras. Okay, so you are going to get expelled. And now you might be going, but blind, wasn't there a thing saying that, that something evil is emerging? Yeah, well, thankfully they were behind walls. And also somebody got burnt to death. His population went down. Oh, no, never mind. Nobody did. It was just, my own stupid. So, hold on. It can actually get out. Oh, no, it can't. That's the fortification right there. Got it. Let's see if I can smooth this. Or if the dwarves will run away in fear from it. I'll just put in somebody who isn't in the military at the minute. So we're going to need to smooth and fortify this. While the rest of the Marks dwarves come down. The problem that I see whenever like discussions like this come up, and it's always a, yeah, go talk to a lawyer kind of thing, is they do still have to share like a living space with these people, right? So if you're dealing with a sociopathic, insane landlord and it's where you live, it's not always that easy to go see a landlord or go see a lawyer to deal with it, because that stuff could be held up in courts or like small claims for like weeks, months, and then it's weeks and months that you're still living with these people. So I do kind of understand why often when these conversations come up, people are like, well, it's not that easy, because I do actually think it's not that easy. But talking to a lawyer probably wouldn't be the worst idea. At the very least, coyly. Blindy, landlady's son is your mom's ex, and he hasn't gotten over her, so he let us stay here. Oh, that sucks, dude. I hope you get out of that. That's never fun. Y'all can afford a lawyer? Well, that's the idea, right? If you win, you don't need to afford the lawyer. Can be good to know your options. It depends on the lawyer. There's absolutely lawyers that will do free consults. Also, Miles Long in YouTube chat, something else I should mention. If you watch the Fortress Violent Hunger, I intentionally go to war with like a dozen different factions. If you want to see like frequent, constant sieges and how I deal with them. I do eventually just kind of give up though. I did lose. So what is this thing? Wrath of Snow. Very large humanoid. Has a pair of knobby antennae and a bloated body. Not super threatening. Can't even dig into it? Well, actually I could dig down into that right there. Why don't I just do it that way? Oh, never mind. Kel the recruit just fired one bolt and killed it. Maybe more than one? Yeah, more than one. Fired a bolt, hit it in the leg, which broke away the tissue. Hit another one in the leg, it sailed off in an arc. Hit another one in the arm, it sailed off in an arc. And hit another one in the arm, and it sailed off in an arc. And one missed, and then one in the upper body, and it's dead. And then he fired an additional bolt after the fact because he already had it loaded. Well, good done. Well job, Dwarf. And then I'm also going to go up a level. Just go green, 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 green. See what I can see through this green glass. Fill in all these additional chunks, places, and bits. Only an amateur Bono? Oh man, you two would be so much worse if they had an amateur Bono. Uh-oh. That's not good. Just the yellow diamonds burning right there. Oh, that sucks. Because I can't even, like, dump water on it where it's at. I'm just gonna just get rid of the smoke. Just for my sanity. Actually, no, let's just do it this way. Wait until the lava there disappears, then I'll just extinguish it. No, it's all good, Krebs. It's kind of hard to, like, drop my mood today. I'm like, not in the greatest mood anyway, so can't really make my mood worse. I'm just, like, today, you know? Vomit sound effects and all. That's me today. It's not brilliant. It's not terrible. I'm fine, really, but I'm just kind of not tired enough to actually want to go on a vacation, but also greatly looking forward to going on a brief vacation, getting a break, but also knowing that when I come back, I'm going to regret it and wish that I didn't. So I'm kind of in a weird mood right now. The equivalent of a Monday. Well, yesterday was my Monday. I mean, I scripted a new video and did a bunch of editing yesterday, so yesterday is mostly my Monday. So I guess Monday is technically my Monday. The way that my week has worked out, it is actually that way. Generally, for the most part. I would disagree with one of those takes, though, Kravis the Great. You can absolutely complain. I feel like it doesn't matter your financial situation, your living situation, your situation, your political situation. You should always have the right to complain. And you should exercise that right. It's one of the most, like, important rights to existence that we have as people, is the right to complain. Yeah, it's my Monday stream day, but, like, my Monday was yesterday. Also, I just realized we're in an ad right now, and I didn't pause the game. I feel bad. Shit. Sorry about that. Creed, hello! I need to rewatch that one, because I haven't rewatched it probably since it came out, Jody, and I've rewatched most of the other ones. So, like, I remember the plot points and beats of the other ones, but I don't really remember that one. I just remember that I had a bunch of, like, lava machines set up at one point and was, like, firing minecarts at shit. Certainly not my silliest, but certainly not the silliest, you know what I mean? UGDPY, thank you very much for the 36 months. Holy shit, man. Mud has the Tavern Caper withdraws from society. The Tavern Caper? The Tavern Keeper withdraws from society. His name is Mud. There's something spooky behind that. Potentially spooky, anyway. We held Ivan up in here? I mean, maybe not in the modern sense of the word, but sure. We've got adamantine in the fort, if that means anything. We are the mountain home, if that means anything. Why do I use glass? Because it lets me see what's on the layer below, even when I haven't dug through it. So I know where the water is. I know where the fire is, where the lava is. I know where open spaces are, which tells me where creatures are. It's a very powerful advantage when digging down. That's why I do that. Daniel in YouTube chat. What's up, Janet Dwarf? But yeah, no, we are slowly digging downwards, slowly digging greedy words, slowly digging underwards, and if you want to look up anything to do with your fort, with the fort, or your dwarf, you can, of course, type in !legends into the chat. Uh-oh. A great horned owl woman is fighting. Why? Well, I guess we killed it. For whatever reason we were fighting them. I don't know, but it appears that we killed them. So that's great. Oh? Corvinus? Oh my. Should just throw the cave dragon in here. Yeah, let's put the cave dragon one down there. Which is why you haven't said anything about it. Still doesn't mean you don't have the right to complain, though. Pay for utilities, you're allowed to use them. The problem, like, arises, Dark Master, when you live in places with very little tenancy laws. And also, how do I put this? And also, like, if it's not legally a suite and if you haven't legally, like, signed anything, it gets tricky. Like, at that point, you're just, like, being treated like shit by abusive, like, roommates more so than, like, tenancy laws coming into effect, right? Like, I remember that being kind of a big deal. It's ironic that the beast Fire doesn't actually shoot fire. The Forgotten Beast, Fire! It's fire with a stutter, has come. A scaly earthworm. It has a square shell, and it appears to be emaciated. Its plumb scales are large and set far apart. Beware its spittle. Is it Fire? Are you Fire? The spurting. Oh no. Okay. So is the spurting? Yeah. So the spurting is probably going to attack me right here. So I'm just going to cancel those 2 stations and take most of my squads. Just be like, go stand right there, please. Because it's probably just gonna come this way, right? Yep. Here it spurteth. Kill it before it has a chance to lay eggs. Oh, yeah. It's a Fire! Gotta get the Fire! But how you doing today, Corvidus? How's things? You don't have a car and local apartments need you to make 2.5 times the rent to move? Yeah. I mean, it's... I realize, like, this isn't really a comparable thing, but it's the reason I bought this apartment is because, like, I lived in an apartment that I really hated, whose neighbors were taking such poor care of their apartments that, like, it was massively negatively impacting my life. But rent was so cheap, I put up with it for 2 years more than I should have. And now, like, I tripled my living expenses to move. Because I was like, if I'm going to increase my living expenses as much as I'm going to, I might as well own the place. So I actually have, like, some sway and say over, like, how well cared for the building is. The Tavern Keeper has created Autizalis, an adamantine chain legging. Ooh, and offers it to Thunderfire. Okay, well, that's going to the king. Actually, you know what? No, that's not going to go to the king. That's going to go to the general, I think. Is spurt in Elvish? The Dwarven word is... if that is Guthshink. Oh, wow, I didn't even see it die. I guess they got it. Did you get it, Rookie? Yep, Rookie got it. Shield Bear. The fresh lengths. Goes to fresh lengths to destroy it. How'd you kill it? Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the body with Suvotod, which destroyed the brain. Really provokes an image? Yeah. Anything that, like, provides an image is good. I had a, something which was the stank, or, like, of stank, and it was, a blob composed of vomit, which also provided a pretty good image. All right, I'm going to real quick hop up. I'm just gonna go rinse out my coffee mug because I'm drinking Phantom coffee because my coffee is empty. 2 seconds. I will be right back. Hey, sweet. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Sorry, I realize I just sat down. I'm hearing a very weird sound. I need to know what this sound is. So I just saw the craziest fucking thing. I mean, it's not actually that crazy. I live really close to a train track. And I'm hearing this dinging sound. I'm like, what the shit is that dinging sound? It's like ding, 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 ding. And it's a train signal. There is a train going by. I've lived here for getting close to a year and a half. I thought those trains were completely decommissioned. From what I can tell, it's like one of those tiny little like platforms that you stand on with like a little wagon behind it, but like bro, what the fuck? I was like, what the shit is that sound? I was like, that's a new backup signal. Holy fuck. But yeah, actually that's a good question though from Darkmaster. Like, are the people that you're renting from the owners of the property, or are they renting and like having a roommate that you're renting? Because it could actually very well be in their lease that they're not allowed to have people rent with them. There was a second spurting? A second spurting? I mean, I see that there's something evil emerging from the newly exposed pocket. This is a periwinkle brute that the Goblin Bard dug into, so I'm gonna go shoot it, but is that what you're referring to? Squirt 2, the spurting? Yeah, well, it's not really a train. It's literally like a fucking wagon with a golf cart motor, but the dinging has stopped now, so it's already gone by. God, you know, like I've looked at those rail platforms a couple times, Stivik, and then like seen videos of people in like Indonesia and stuff where they just have those little rail carts that zip up and down those, and like salivated a little bit and gone like, I wonder I wonder if I just went and bought, those are all city property. I pay taxes in this city. Like, could I just do that? I've thought about it. Maybe more times than I should have. Just gonna dig through this, and this, because I want to know what's on the other side of those. I also want to know the exact specific locations of you. And I guess I could dig up to here. Your grandmother used to live about 25 feet from a railroad when the shake the paintings on off the walls. My mom and dad, growing up, we lived when I still lived with my parents, growing up we lived very close to some trains, and I miss them. And every now and again I like lament like the fact that I miss the sound of the trains going by. Like they didn't go by that often. It was like maybe every 30 minutes or so a train would go by during the day, and then at night it was like maybe every other hour. And it was just like kind of distant train horns was basically all that we ever heard. And I miss that so much. Like it is an awesome sound to me. It's like the best white noise in the world, because when the trains would go by, they'd go by for a while, because we got like long distance like CP rail, like cross Canada delivery trains. So we'd have like when they were going, there was like hundreds of cars on these trains. So you'd hear them for like 10, 15 minutes. And every time I bring it up, my mom's always like, oh, I fucking don't miss that. Oh, I hated that. Oh, it was the worst part of that house. I'm like, it was so nice. But yeah, these weren't. Sorry, that's one of the American measurements I don't understand. A mile. I never fully can do the conversion in my head. But the trains were like 800 or so meters away. Like they and also like on the other side of a highway and a forest. So we had like quite a noise, like a barrier between us and them. Donut, the Spearmaster, has bestowed a name upon a steel shield, which is good stuff. Digging through all that adamantine, and now we start channeling up in here. Because I want to know what's underneath all that. Sweet. And then we're going to dig up through this, and then get rid of all that, so it'll start draining a little bit. Then we'll let all this out, and then we'll let that flood into there. And that'll give us a way through. Still pretty good. I'd also like to know what's underneath this. There's also nothing under here, so we can dig out that. And then once that's dug through, we'll channel down into here. This is the third time today that I don't believe in the moon has come up. You did a thing? Your dwarf has been doing things for a while, man. All right, so now I've got this dragon down here.
Hello.
Hello. We're just gonna start putting hydras into this box. It's gonna take a little while, obviously, but we'll get there. And then you up here, I gotta channel down through. All right, nothing down there, but we can absolutely go this way. For this side, I just need to wait for most of the water to be gone. What could possibly go wrong? More water comes out, big monsters come out. What could possibly go wrong? Let's also dig through you into there. That right there will probably be where we let the lava out. Yeah, more water comes out of there. Takes too goddamn long to dig through this adamantine, let me tell you. All right, let's go down a handful of layers and just throw some more tombs in, because I don't know how many of these have been used and how many haven't. Seems like we're good, and some more migrants have arrived, including a piglet and some random animals. Why thank you very much for the 29th month. Welcome back. I hope that you're doing well. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Forgotten Beast Shedim has come. A great scaly shrimp. It has a broad shell and it squirms and fidgets. Its emerald scales are large and overlapping. Beware its spittle of the deadly. And it can't get to me. That does actually look like a shrimp, though. Kind of the right shape. Looks like we've got all those metal strands going. water. We do actually have plenty of Coke, so that's good. Let's just make some Coke from lignite so we don't run out. And Krabbis, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you, mate. Sorry about that. Allergy season. Sneeze snuck up on me. Whoa. Okay. I'm significantly more awake now than I was. And I also have this massive urge to just blink. Okay, let's just go down here. Grab you. A lot of spurting. Were you here earlier for the Forgotten Beast of spurting? Because we did have that one Forgotten Beast that was the of spurting beast. So chat, can I just mention something? I saw the footage of the new Star Fox remastered this past weekend, because I was trying to catch up a little bit on what's going on in video games. And I saw that they're remastering Star Fox 64. I was like, oh, I liked that game when I was younger. Cool. And I kind of love the new design of Star Fox, because he looks like Fantastic Mr. Fox, that funny as hell looking taxidermy. And I kind of like it. I like Derpy Star Fox and Rubber Pepe the Frog, or not Pepe the Frog, but whatever the frog's name is. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, which is a rusted metal shield. Dope. That's going to Weed McGeet, who's got the rusted metal spear. Kermit the Frog. Yeah, that's definitely what his name was, right? Nifty. That's the one that you currently have, though. Guess I need to put a pedestal up here so I can transport it. That's one that's going to be divisive. I mean, that's one of those games that you can't remaster because, like, the people who love it are so fervently, like, obsessed with it that you, like, cannot physically remaster it or everybody will be mad. I don't know. I like the demented puppets look. I think it's fine. I think it's totally fine. Star Fox is a silly game and a silly series, and I don't know. It's totally fine. I've got a lot of nostalgia for Star Fox, but it's mostly just nostalgia. They're rail shooters. I've got no interest in going back to those games. They were very much a time and place thing. I think the original Star Fox has like a outsized space in my mind, purely because of the, like, how impactful it was playing that on a Super Nintendo. And Star Fox 64 blew my mind when I was a kid, but, like, outside of some fond memories of playing that in multiplayer with my cousin, like, very little thoughts about it. Then endlessly remaking 64. I don't disagree, but every time they do something new, people hate it. So, like, there was the one on the Wii U that people hated. There was the tower defense game on the Wii U that nobody played that came free with the one on the Wii U that everybody hated because it was bad. There was Star Fox Assault, which I actually played and didn't hate, but maybe I didn't hate it because I played it on Dolphin and never, like, actually on a GameCube. There was Star Fox Adventures, which I never played, but I never played the single player, but I remember playing some multiplayer at a friend's house, and I remember not hating it and thinking it was okay. And then there was 64. And then there was Star Fox. So, like, I mean, it looks funny as hell. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Fantastic Mr. Fox is a meme because it's funny looking. But, like, I feel like most of the things I'm hearing about it are, like, looks like shit, derogatory, but... You're a relatively new Dwarf Fortress player, 130 hours in, and you've been wondering you don't see much mod coverage among established Dwarf Fortress players. Is modded gameplay not popular? It's popular. I think there's just not a lot of Dwarf Fortress coverage. And you get, like, people covering mods extensively in two situations, I find. Either people doing, like, fully modded playthroughs, or if a game is super popular. So, like, an example is, like, any game with, like, thousands of people playing it every day, you're going to see people who make stuff out of that game doing a lot of stuff with mods. The mods that I like are total conversion mods. I don't really like just adding another race because it doesn't really do much for me. I've always liked total conversion mods, and none of them have a tile set, so it makes that very difficult. It's not quite like a Skyrim mod where everybody has to make graphics for them. Like, there are some really cool total conversion mods out there, but most of the people I know anyway, who make content for Dwarf Fortress don't play the total conversion mods because they're playing the they're playing individual small mods, so they're not as obvious. That's the first thing. I know that Von Galactic uses a bunch of mods in most of his videos. Krug Smash is like me, where he either plays vanilla or total conversions generally. But personally, like, I'm either going to, like, mod the game so much that it's unrecognizable or not mod it at all generally. But, like, the difference is, I think I can count on 1.5 hands the number of, like, established creators that cover this game frequently who are full-time and not, like, small hobbyists. And when your creator base is that small, you're generally benefited by making your game as recognizable as possible. And that's one of the reasons I tend to stick to the vanilla stuff is, personally, I don't get that much out of just adding more to the game. Like, unless it's adding more mechanically, which most of the mods don't do. Some of them do, but not all of them do. So unless you're, like, actually adding more to the game mechanically, I don't get that much out of it. So when it comes to modding the game, so I personally kind of don't care that much. I know some people do, but, like, it's not really something I care for generally. And because I want my game to be recognizable to people that are brand new, so that I can have the easiest possible on-ramp to the stuff that I make, it's just, I'm benefited by not doing that. It's not like Fallout, where everybody, their mother, their grandmother, and their nieces and nephews have all played, or at least seen Fallout being played. It's not like Minecraft, where everybody's played Minecraft. They're different than stairs. They're used for different things, Donlius. Wagons can't go up and down stairs. I used to have a full wagon entrance all the way down in my fortress. I've since moved it, so the wagons go to here now. That's been changed. But wagons can't go up and down stairs. So if you want wagons to have access to your fortress, they need to go up and down ramps. So they're different use cases. Yeah, that and there's just, like, not that much in the way of comedy mods. But... So yeah, it's not that it's not popular, it's not that modded gameplay isn't popular among people who play Dwarf Fortress. It's that Dwarf Fortress isn't that popular. So you need the lowest barrier of entry possible to whatever you're making if you're making something. And because I'm making something, I need the lowest barrier entry possible. That's all that it really is for me. Because, like, if you just do a show of hands, I'd be willing to bet, like, 1/3 of my chat is probably using mods. Yeah, that's a mod that I kind of don't like the look of, personally. Not a huge fan of the dark fog. Just because it looks like shit outside to me. I like it underground, I don't like it above ground. No, I don't need to look at the Herald mod. I've already looked at it. Telling me to look at mods is a bit redundant. Or is it chill, Omega? Because I do look at the workshop. So yes, I've seen it. They also sent me an email when they made it. Like, I've seen it. Because I have my own, like, homebrew workaround for that. Basically, they're telling me I need to check out the Herald mod, which lets you use the DF hack interface to access legends. I don't need that. That's not something that's valuable to me. It's a neat mod, but it's not that value personally. Because I'm, like, locally hosting Legends Viewer. Since, like, 34 or whatever, sure. Had one very successful fortress, and at that point you thought the variety of enemies and events would be a thing to mod. I don't personally feel like the game is lacking in variety, and when you add stuff, you're just adding more that joins or acts like one of the 3 pre-existing factions, right? So for me, that doesn't do much. Like, there's a world where I would add a bunch of mods to Dwarf Fortress, and it's a world where Lua is more heavily implemented. Like, a mod that I would add, if it existed in the format that I'd want it, would be just like, here's more variety of sprites and styles for Forgotten Beasts. I feel like this game, contorting the vanilla state of it is oftentimes more interesting to me than just making it do whatever. That isn't to say that both can't be interesting, but, like, at least generally for me, I'm more interested in, like, seeing how far I can push the vanilla game. At least at this point in time. That won't be the case forever. And is subject to change whenever. I also don't think that chaos is the most interesting way to play Dwarf Fortress, Veganons. I don't think that you need to be in Untamed Wilds for the game to be quote-unquote chaotic. I mean, if I want to fight nature, I play in Untamed Wilds. If I want to go to war with and have crazy sieges, I turn up the difficulty and settle on a not Untamed Wilds map. Something evil is emerging. What's this? A vomit demon? Right, it's a creature composed of vomit. Well, I'll just go shoot you. I think, like, for me, like, if you want different variety, at least from my perspective, what I do is I generate different worlds. Because I feel like the worlds can be so completely different depending on your settings. What? Something else evil is emerging from a newly exposed pocket? Where? Ooh. Hold up. Okay, why did I get that pop up a second time? It's just chipping it? Come on, dwarves, you got this. Rock hard vomit. Yeah, that's certainly something. It's opportunities for them to take turns shooting bolts until they run out. There you go. That's a lot of bolts, holy shit. Forgotten Beast Grosmer has come. A towering feathered slug. It has wings and a gaunt appearance. Its seafoam feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poison vapors. Seafoam feathers doesn't seem very effective. It's also in an area where it can't get to me. So that's the soaked hollow. well, see, this is my... Hold up. That is my recommendation, Nova Chrono. But you see, I built this fortress. I built this fortress, and now this fortress. There might be one that I'm forgetting. Oh, this fortress. So, like, yes, that is my, like, recommendation. But I've also played games and forts that are really fucking boring, where nothing happens and I don't think it's that interesting. So I generate a new world that's more interesting, right? Like, the art of it, I think, is just committing hours of playtime to a world that is interesting. That's the... that's the skill, right? So in a, like, me just, like, you saying that my advice is to play in the same world. Yeah, that is the advice. Because once you find a world you like, you keep playing in it. But that's the key, is you have to find a world that you like. If you don't have a world that you like, then, like, the advice is kind of moot. Right? Like, I've played in worlds that have no interesting mega beasts, very few, like, necromancer towers of any sort, or, like, maybe only necromancer towers. The Giantess Road, Rede Aye Lima has come, a gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Get him, Durgans! No family, no friends. The esteem of sports. Literally, both of those things exist. They're just not marked on the overworld and don't proliferate in the same way. Veganons. Because the demon, or the angels and gods have... Oh. You might want to run, kiddo. Because the demons have vaults. Or no, the demons exist in the goblin fortresses and the underworld spires, and the angels exists in vaults. So those kind of do exist. Run! It's never gonna get old. Never gonna get old. Oh. Well, we got some, we got a little bit of friendly fire back there. It's unfortunate. Oh, well. It's a price that I'm willing to pay for having Durgans. Well, I mean, they are the size of a juvenile elephant at this point. Like, they're bigger than an ox already. So, sure, yeah, they're babies, definitely. Like, they're almost 7 years old, some of them. Yeah, 7 years old. So they're bigger than an ox. Teenage dragons. Yes. Kravis. Like, they will incinerate literally anything, no matter what I make. I just have to hope the door closes. Because as long as the door closes in time, then they're fine. But if the door doesn't close, then, well, we're at the mercy of the dragon's accuracy. Kind of just want to get rid of this so I can dig out you. Actually, just going to tell them to stop doing that. Go work anywhere else. Dig through that. You might be surprised, Romanoid. Eric, the militia captain, has bestowed the name Urith the Shout. It might, like, an artifact door might get destroyed by it. Might. has bestowed the name Arithashal upon his steel shield. That should be fine. Hello, Greg, and then some. It is, in fact, a Tuesday. Tuesday Newsday. Probably. No, you are, Tavern Keeper, Mud. So you're not mining. Can also dig through all of this. Just need those 2s to be gone. Because when the 2s are gone, then we can safely dig down. Which won't take too long. So those are both safe to dig through. There's something spooky behind that. There's lava up there, obviously. What are you connected to? Literally nothing. All right, well. You're now connected to that. I don't know what you were supposed to be connected to, but that's what you're connected to now. And then this can be smoothed and fortified, and then my Marks Dwarves can just shoot it. Right there. Yeah, semi-molten rock is like Dwarf Fortress is equivalent for bedrock. How does one get animal people into the fort aside from making an adventure and a bunch of people and moving them to your fort? You get extremely lucky with poetry groups, or you use hacks. Like, you need like a group of bards or mercenaries to just happen to include animal people. Also, bringing big groups of adventurers is naturally. Another thing that you could do is you could play as a chosen who have massive, massive, massive bonuses to the ability to be like, join me on adventures to random people, and then tell random, like, animal people to join you on adventures. Other types of people you don't accept into the fort? Humans. Because they're tall and weak. And kind of suck at everything. So I have to make specific clothing for them. They're kind of weak. I don't know. I don't accept most peoples into the fort. Like, it's mostly just dwarves. What year did I start on? Hey, can somebody please check Legends and tell me what year this fort started in? Because I can't remember. I know that we hit 10 years relatively recently, so like it's probably like year 12 or something, maybe 13-ish. As an adventurer walking around, you have to walk around in untamed wilds areas. They're considered wild animals generally. That, or this goes back to my, you just need a more interesting world. And by more interesting world, I mean, like, usually animal people are elven factions. So go explore some elven areas. Stand watch above ground, yet they sleep more and eat more and drink more than dwarves. They're also more prone to fighting because they have very shit alcohol tolerance. Yeah, I don't generally like having humans around in my forts. It has been a minute, Wretched. What you been up to, dude? 239. Sounds about right. But although I would technically count Dragon Trap as being the start of this fort because it was kind of the same process. Like, I've got bear people in this fort, but that was literally just so I could test a mechanic. I don't generally do that. It's been a bit since you played DF. Yeah, it seems like that's the case for a lot of people. Lately, at the very least. It's been quiet around these parts for a couple months. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. That's not good. Well, that's what we wanted to see through. Got another one of these Banshees of Fires, which obviously shoot fire. But thankfully, we've got water on the ground, so my dwarves can't catch fire, and we can let them stand there until it's dead, and then release them. Let's get some more green glass placed so we can see what's down below. The updated textures are amazing. I just love the fact that right-handed and left-handed dwarves are properly respected. Like, they hold the shields in the hand that they favor, which is kind of fun. Big fan of that. I had a comment on one of my news videos recently saying, I really hope the game gets enough performance increases that we can consistently have 400 plus dwarves. And I literally looked at that and I was like, that... Check your privilege, my God. Imagine a world where we could consistently have that many dwarves anyway. I still find that hard to believe. There we go. Ghostly Planter's been laid to rest. Like, you can do it right now. It's not guaranteed to run well. Which, honestly, I think that's fair. Like, the fact that that amount of dwarves runs at all is kind of amazing. I would recommend against ever playing an early world. Wilderness, like, animal people are just wild animals, like anything else. So you have to hope that they, like, I'll put it this way. There is no consistent method that I'm aware of outside of cheating, and I don't consider adventure mode, like, just playing as them cheating, to get them to join your fortress. Period. There is none. So do whatever you think would work. I wouldn't ever recommend playing in young worlds because I think they're boring. That being said, they should just exist in wild populations anywhere all the time. If you care that much about having your Fursona fort, then, like, play as them in adventure mode and bring them to your fort, or play as adventure mode and as a chosen one and demand that they join your adventure, and then take them to your fort. Can you remove a built wall? Yes. You use the delete wall tool, this one. Like that'll remove a built wall or floor or whatever. Oh, I kind of fucked up. Got human merchants here to trade. I don't really want to trade with them though. This husband bugging you? Oh, they need to have the mining skill assigned, and they need a pickaxe in order to do it. Which, that blew my mind when that was changed about the game. It was like version 50 that became a thing. So what's the contingency for when you break into hell? Is there a warning beforehand? I mean, there's a warning once you've broken into hell, if that's what you mean. But there isn't really one, like, beforehand, I guess. I mean, maybe you'll see it today, maybe you won't. It depends on if we get that far. Is that adamantine we're mining? Yes. Oh, also, probably since you last played Wretched, you now have to... It now takes a lot longer to mine specific materials based on material density. So if you are digging into, you know, the underworld, it's going to take a lot longer now because you have to dig through adamantine, which is extremely dense. Let's actually just do that. Yeah, priority number 1. So as they finish up these adamantine pieces, they'll get through up to there. Isn't pathing the biggest cause of FPS loss? I don't know what people's biggest cause of FPS loss is. Like, genuinely. Like, yes, technically, pathing is the biggest cost of FPS loss. I think that it is up to the player at this point. Like, maybe this is a shitty viewpoint, but it's the one that I'm slowly gaining over time. Like, because they've done so much to make this game run better, and it does run so much better than it used to. That, like... I think that the game runs quite frickin' well at this point. And I don't think it necessarily needs to run that much better. They can always run better, but people will never be satisfied because the better they make this game run, the more people will push their population counts, the bigger the maps will get, the more people will do this, that, or the other. And they will continue to increase the optimization of this game as it develops, because that's how this game's developed as long as I've played it. And it runs better now than it literally ever has in the past. And 15 years from now, people will be complaining about how bad the frame rates are, because that is just how people play this video game. And I've given up giving people advice, because people that are asking for frame rate advice most of the time have computers that are very comparable to mine. And if they don't, then my advice is useless. If they do have computers that are not comparable to mine, then they won't listen to me when I tell them to turn down their populations. Oh, we're getting attacked by a proper demon. The army of the Lime Fiend, SN Newtwood, the Sepia Field, an ancient horrible demon escaped from the underworld before the dawn of time. In year 1, Ithan became the master of the last evil. He comes with a war cave dragon from the Dark Goblin Fortress of Gearspider. Wait, hold on. So it's just like a demon and his dragon? I'm just going to do a quick save because I want to see... how effective this is. This will be fun. Demon riding cave dragon? I doubt it's riding it. Wouldn't that be funny if it was? Also, I've been attacking them so constantly, I think it's like destroying their ability to actually attack me properly. But no, I mean, like, people would complain about frame rates in City Skylines 1 because they had a trillion mods loaded in and had modded the game to be the biggest possible map size instead of the intended limited one. People in this game complain about the frame rate because they, you know, have significantly higher counts of dwarves than the game is designed to be able to handle. And, like, it's not that I think they shouldn't be allowed to do that. They should be. Oh, there's some random human maceman fighting with a cave dragon out here, which is actually really good. Snatchers, protect the children, hey? Oopsies. I'm scrolling in ways where I shouldn't be. There we go. An ambush, cursing. Let's also send the dwarves inside if I can. Should have done that earlier. Oh, well. A very enthusiastic dwarves chase. So where's this overlord? So this guy, if we can kill him, he is running the Fortress of Gearspider. So if we're able to kill this thing, then we will almost immediately... Good luck, human. We will almost immediately have a much easier time invading this thing. So this is Gearspider, which had 10,000 goblins in it, which then went down to 5,000 when they sent 10,000 to go take over the Goblin Fortress of Hexwonders again, which was mine and is now theirs again. So because they are losing their leader here, if I kill him, which I will, we get a massive advantage. I want to know if the dragons are going to burn him. Let's see. Oh, never mind. The ballsy Comet Colossus charges in and screams, "Let me solo her!" really loudly. What's the demon wearing? Large troll sandals. Goblin nail earring. Any artifacts? Well done, Comet Colossus. Well done killing the Lime Fiend. Stabbing it in the head, tearing the muscle, chipping the skull, and tearing the brain. I mean, I have, like, maxed out squads, basically. Like, the only thing they don't have is fully adamantine gear. In some cases, they have better than fully adamantine gear, though. Like, this dwarf, like, he's got a god metal spear and a god metal shield. Like, that is literally better than adamantine, so. With that siege done, we're gonna go invade the goblins. Get back to it, dwarves. Get back to it. We're gonna go back to pillaging Hexwonders. You wanted to kill him? I should have gotten there quicker. Comet Colossus has that name because Comet Colossus killed a Bronze Colossus in a similar fashion. We're in an ad break chat. So I'm just gonna let the dwarves head out and I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back. How does one acquire rocks? Well, first off, I made a world that was much more likely to have rocks. And then the second thing I did was, I mean, I'd been playing in this world already for a while. I went to the difficulty settings and I went down to, where is it? There it is. Mega Beast attack period. The default on this on normal is 10. So a Mega Beast can attack every 10 seasons. I set it to 1. So every season there's a chance that a Mega Beast will invade. And I did it that way because it just made sense to do it that way. Yeah, and then you can train them with cage traps. And because they lay eggs, you just need to get like nest boxes and then make them tame. Are you still alive? Yep. Yep. Yeah, you've been here for a while too. Still got a pet hen. In fact, your hen has 12 children. I should make one of your I should make her youngest, I was going to say her youngest son, who's dead. I was going to say I should make some of her children able to be adopted, but... Wolf the Thresher has created a jagged adamantine low boot and offers it to the Crystal Storm. I'm going to give that to the general as well. What's the name of that jagged boot? Starts with an N-I.
Hey folks, I can't tell you why I'm extra excited about DF this week, but, Mon, I am.
Why you gotta be like that, man? What did you see a thing that's coming? Can you give us a hint? Or are you just gonna be like, I signed a thing, so I can't say why I'm super excited about this game, but my god, I'm super excited about this game. Because that's how that reads. Oh, I understand why there's a bunch of dead dwarf ghost or why there's a bunch of dwarf corpses around here. It's because they're all merchants, so they're not technically part of my fort. That would be why. But yeah, I don't know. Kit Fox hasn't told me anything, so whatever you know, I don't know. I may have just lied, actually. They did tell me something 40 minutes ago. Yeah, I agree. That's exciting. That's all I can say. Thanks for forcing me to check DMs, Clino. No NDAs, just don't be an asshole. NDAs are like actually like a legally binding agreement. There's no legally binding agreements. It's more of a just don't be a dick. You know what I mean? If you be a dick, then like they stop telling you things generally. It's like you know, like you be a dumbass, you stop getting the free pass. You know what I'm saying? I think it's pretty straightforward, really. I feel like there's probably lava behind this. Dwarf Fortress in Fortnite? Yes, because that's the sort of thing that I would be really excited about. Naturally. Actually, I feel like that would be very similar to me as, like, Dwarf Fortress in Magic the Gathering, where I was like, I wish that I care about this. Be really cool if I cared about this. Okay, so there's lava directly below this. Now the question is, do I make this a more logical shape? I mean, like, there are big companies out there that'll make you sign an NDA for, like, the dumbest shit. But, like, as far as I understand, the Dwarf Fortress Secret Lair stuff was actually properly NDA'd, but it wasn't, like, Zack and Tarn or Kit Fox that required the NDA. It was Wizards of the Coast. Because, like, when it got posted on Instagram, like, the day after it was posted on Instagram, like, the big, very loud teaser that it was coming, like, Alexandra, who works at Kit Fox, basically was like, hey, you don't by chance follow Magic the Gathering or Secret Lair on Instagram, do you? I was like, no, what's that? Followed by, well, you should look at this post, and then gives me link. It's like, okay. I think Clino sent me a DM like the same hour. Because it's like immediately very fucking clear what's coming, but makes their line cooks sign an NDA? That seems unreasonably expensive. Especially for food that's so mid. But yeah, I've only ever had to sign one NDA and it's no longer, like, valid. It's, like, expired, so. It was for a game that, like, there was a chance I was going to do consulting work on, and then it never got funding, so it, like, literally doesn't matter. It's, like, not even really worth discussing. The only part about the whole thing that was interesting was who was involved in the project, and that's only interesting if you happen to know those people, which, like, I think there's maybe one person in chat who does right now, so maybe he might not even be here. I'm gonna go. Let's throw some rocks into here. Put your rock into it! I'm making a Mega Beast bomb. Be pretty good once that goes off. Okay, so I can get rid of this corner one because there's lava there. dig up to there, but obviously not up to that, because lava. Can dig down one additional one. Yeah. That'll go pretty quick, I think. Just a huge amount of mega beasts. It's a very old school strat, actually, for like creatures that are not fully tameable. You just put them all into a cage and then pull the lever when baddies show up, and then you laugh maniacally when they all fly to pieces. Oh, actually, how did we do? Pillaging Hex Wonders. I mean, this world had about 3 times the normal Mega Beast population, and I just caught them and bred them. Still took a while, though. Already struck down their leader, or the goblin who was running the... Oh my... Okay, that... Huh. So I sent Bimbal, at least I thought, to go live at this goblin pit. But Bimbal, who was that dwarf that I expelled at the beginning, who had gone insane, ended up in this one? Do I still have the ability to expel dwarves to a fortress that I'm technically not controlling anymore? Also, 439 goblins, slaying 9. I guess we have a lot of goblins to slay. Did I send him to the wrong one? Sorry, Bimbal. In my mind, you just betrayed us. To breed so many rocks that releasing them causes a calamity across the world? I have no idea. Wretched. That's like one of those vague questions where it's like, it depends on your definition of calamity? I don't know. I know that I left the Age of Myth pretty early in this fort, and I'm now back in the Age of Myth. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. This is a comment that was left in the YouTube chat that I assume was left ironically, which is, I set my population cap to 500, but now my game runs slowly. Why is the game not optimized yet? Because in 2022, at the beginning of the year, it was impossible to have a fort that ran with more than 30 FPS. I'm just going to send a raid with a fortress more than 160 dwarves. You can go back to an age? Yeah. So the Age of Myth is when like 70% of the Mega Beasts are still alive. But you leave the Age of Myth when they die. But because I've been breeding rocks and hydras and stuff, I've repopulated the lost population again. I don't know the name of the leader of the pit that I'm attacking. They change in every single fight. But the one that I just killed... Non-nub order taxed. There's no K in rock, but yes, they can be war trained. They also are full size at 2 years old, so they grow really quickly. The thing, so Johnny Bravo in YouTube chat said, I can't wait when Snatchers will probably be able to teleport through the walls. Tarn has said that teleportation magic is going to be limited, like extremely limited, because it would be ridiculous to try and implement and be playable. But like if there is teleportation magic, he said that a couple times. But the thing that I want to see is, I don't want to see like a child snatcher teleporting into the fortress. The thing that I want to see is like, we almost had this when they added the mysterious sites. So like these places with the fancy magical items. There was a issue with the very first version of that where kobolds were stealing all the items before like they even made their way into the fort. And genuinely, my dream was that the kobolds would steal like a magical item of paralyzing or something, and then just run into your fortress and paralyze everybody while also like wreaking havoc on the way in. Like that's my actual dream, is I just want like a kobold to just show up with like the ultra warlock hat that makes it like capable of shooting, everybody says fireballs, so balls of fire and like insta stun and paralyzation, screaming in fear of itself and its immense power, and then the dwarves kill it. If a rock is unnamed, I've got a bajillion unnamed rocks. Thank you for picking a rock and not a dragon, because all the dragons are named. Not a boulder. Okay, so we've got boulder and also not a boulder. Actually, I think boulder died, but I know Rocky died. It's a very boulder request of yours. He is never tempted to overindulge in anything, and he is very trusting, and he dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and he generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity. He generally and often feels envious of others, and often feels lustful. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he tries to do things correctly each time. And he doesn't often focus on material goods. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. I'm also going to open up this gate down here, and he's currently leaving the map to go invade the goblins, and has 15 kills, and one of them is dead. Yeah, or like, so as Johnny Bravo in YouTube chat says, like a kobold with zaps, the electric sword that shoots firebolts. I never guarantee it, but I will never deny it. Senbes, who says, will this fort be one of those nice long story videos? This is a likely one, but I've had like 4 or 5 likely ones recently. The thing is, I never promise it, because to give you an idea, I've been trying to make a story video out of the Fortress of Squidward for the last like 3 weeks, and I've made it about 10 minutes in, deleted it, and restarted about 3 times. So maybe this will be one that I don't give up on. Dour Greed? A kick streamer, I see. What's up with this ticket stuff? Exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, and you can invest them once every 45 minutes to maybe win more or lose them all. It's a completely pointless chat minigame that has no value whatsoever, and feel free to ignore it if you don't care. The Thanos Glove? The Glove of Death! I just want the silliest, like, I want Eurus the Hamster Man to get the Glove of instant bleeding to invade my fortress. I want to die to something really funny and like still win the fight, but I just want to be like, a what did what with what? That's all I want. A what did who with how? Squeeze? They attacked me with what? That's what I want. I think that's reasonable. Paralysis is the most OP spell. I had that fortress a while ago that was in the same world as the one tile necromancer fort that I did. The one that built the giant arena. All of the intelligent undead zombies from a certain tower in that world had the ability to induce nausea and paralysis without a cooldown on anybody. So they would just run into a siege and everybody would just start vomiting and have like no balance ability, and they would just like martial trance through everything. It was fucking bonkers. I had somebody in my comments section being a dweeb recently who was like, nausea and paralysis isn't a powerful spell. The same effect happens to any dwarf that's hit in the head with a mace. I'm like, yeah, but you have to get a direct hit on the mace, and sometimes multiple times. It is a very fucking powerful spell. Also, good win, Laya. Trying to figure out what these IRL badges are for. What are those IRL badges for, Shep9? I know it says went outside, but please explain. I'm old and I don't follow what Twitch is doing anymore. Sup, Ire Stupid, how's things?
Stupid cheered. X197.
And also, thank you for the bits. The almost $2 in bits. Oh, I've got hydras that are losing their training now. That's fun. Of IRL takeover streams. I'll pretend I know what that means. Foreheads? They have a lot more than 4. Also, that's bad. So this dwarf just caught fire and is no longer on fire, and is now on fire again. How are you not on fire? Holy shit. Poland's on fire. Hold up. Okay, so I guess Dualek is dead. I am amazed that that dwarf kept getting extinguished. Well, that was a lot of losses. Wildly unnecessary and unfortunate. Oh well. Like animal rescues? Oh, so like good IRL streams. That's neat. I actually quite like the takeovers that Twitch has been doing as of late. Except for the Roblox one, mostly because I don't like Roblox, but they've been like an interesting way of promoting different portions of Twitch that don't get highlighted as much. Apparently we just acquired an Outpost Liaison, which is interesting. It's this dwarf. So a rock just arrived from the sky. Is that one of mine? No, it's not. Oh, that's exciting. So I keep having rocks appear that are my own rocks, because I have war rocks that leave the map with every siege. So half the time when a rock appears, it's like, the war rock, so-and-so, so-and-so appears. And I'm always like, oh, so it's one of mine. This isn't one of mine. This is actually a war rock. So let's just close this. And locketh the dwarveth and thideth. Now there's a non-zero chance it could fly in through the top, and that's fine if it does. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna fly in through the top, because my soldiers can kill it then. And that's how we get the good wings, you know? That or it'll become barbecue wings if it goes in through the bottom. One of the longest time promises about Dwarf Fortress, Miles Long in YouTube chat, is that artifacts are supposed to be able to get magical properties somehow. Like Tarn talked about that on a DF talk in like 2008. So probably at some point. This is like history has always been older than the year count, and that's only gonna get older. Also, we're about to get by ads, so when the ads pop, I will pause game. Actually, perfect timing. I can go redeem these, but that thing is older than history. That doesn't mean it's older than the world. History started being written 256 years ago. Rip Sadu. What's your last name? Bomrek. But yeah, that's going to be even more so soon, because whenever this magic stuff comes in proper, we'll be able, supposedly, to have history that is thousands of years older. Which actually just means we'll encounter full-size dragons more often. Because any dragon born in prehistory... Because, like, right now it's, like, a couple hundred years of prehistory, and you don't, like, there's no actual, like, way to figure out what happened before World Gen started, but stuff does happen before World Gen starts. But it's going to be, like, 4,000 years is the number Tarn's been throwing around in the future of the fortresses. In a time before time, things were more peaceful because we didn't worry about running out of it, damn it! You know, it was impossible to be late for work when time didn't exist. Back in my day, says the dragon, probably. Oh. I was like, well, it can't have flown back in yet, can it? So Lanix just killed it kind of by mistake, coming back from attacking the goblins just collided with it and stabs the rock in the left foot, and it went splat. So, well done. Wait, no, you didn't even kill it. Then who did? Was it you? Did you kill it, Slug? Nope. The militia commander did. So it was like you? Weed McGee got it? Yep. Stabbed it in the skull. Of course you did. With your god metal spear. See how they did? Things were more peaceful because no one was sentient. I don't know about that. Nature's pretty violent sometimes. We'd McYeet outmatched the Frill Banshees. Also, Room Braved with a cunning plan. And a human was struck down. A human was struck down. A goblin was struck down. So we're now attacking where that demon overlord came from, which was Gear Spider. If you'd like to look up that demon overlord that we killed earlier, Gear Spider is the place they used to live. We're now attacking them. The Emancipated Spire? Doesn't seem like, Lanix post spread of the Emancipated Spire. Doesn't sound like a good thing. Clashed with 245 cave dragons, slaying 9. The Gilded Petals, led by the dwarf Eric, clashed with 1,262 trolls, slaying 9. The Gilded Portals, led by Eric, clashed with 129 blind cave ogres, 629 blind cave ogres, slaying 9. Okay. That's a lot of blind cave ogres. You took the dumb route, walking uphill both ways. It's truly like the roundabout route. You walk down the hill, back up the hill, back down the hill, then looped back around the hill. It was like a flex more than anything. I do love that I had to walk uphill both ways, though. It's always been a fun goof to make fun of. Blink, thank you very much for the 10-pack. That's very kind of you. Dolphin Invasion. I like how we have taxi service and Dolphin Invasion in there. Plus a bunch of people that I know. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. This is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people do that. So thanks for doing that. I'm just going to jump over to here and open this back up. And I'm going to go down to here. Turn that off. Jump up to here, and we're gonna go invade Gear Spider again. So this time we're gonna send 3 squads. Because what's better than 2 squads? 3 squads, obviously. And there go the adamantine and steel-clad soldiers. Some of them even wielding better stuff. Also, Donut, by the way, since you're wondering earlier. You've got 9 notable kills and 59 others. Off to sleep. Cheers, Plank. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for the gifts. Thanks for everything that you do. As always. Okay, so I guess while we're digging out all this, I can throw some buckets down into here. Begin bucketing all this out, which will slowly make the lava go away. And then I'm going to go up to here, and we're going to go bolt thrower. Did we? And I'm out of empty bins. How much Coke do I have? Lots of Coke. Let's just make 50 copper bins. Sure, Donut is slaying our enemies in the name of dwarfdom, but how many masterwork beds has he made so far? You mean Aiden? I don't have an exact tally, but I think Aiden is dead. Oh, no, you're not. You're in the militia. Aiden, I don't know, actually. Has no kills, though, but is a bolt Marksdwarf, so it's like the lower kill count of the... What am I looking for? Skills. Legendary Carpenter, so a lot, probably. Presumably. Assumedly. Apparently I just have a bunch of giant muskoxes, which I'm just gonna... I wanted to say bulldoze, but butcher. It's gonna get us a large supply of meat, I presume. Can also dig through that. Not that I know if there's anything dangerous back there. There shouldn't be. That should also be fine. Just adding more open space will help the lava go away faster. You're sure there's no tragic story behind those? We're making memorials as we speak. The families will get over the tragedy. I mean, there's worse outcomes you could have. You could still be alive and, like, in prison while being insane. Creed. Being dead, probably better. Yeah, this is going to take a while, isn't it? It's going to take a while. But hey, it is slowly getting rid of unnecessarily large amounts of lava. That looks so weird. Obsidian upwards slope. That looks so strange, man. Who put this lava here? I don't know, some benevolent god, probably. Right on my adamantine? Yeah. Someone just, like, dumped all of this garbage lava everywhere. That bastard. That rat bastard. Yeah. Yeah, that's the reality of it. That goddamn bastard. The most unglorious of bastards. Good news is, I can absolutely dig through this. And also through that. And also through that. And I can also dig through this. And then after that, through that. Just looking around for other areas that I could dig through. If I dug through that, I'd let out whatever was in there, which I don't really want to do. But I can dig through whatever's in there. The idea here is to just spread the lava out as much as possible. And I could just keep doing this. Adding more pits and ponds because I have the space now. And then the key here is then remember to get rid of the pits and ponds after the fact. Gunyu, hello! Thank you very much for the raid. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? And Mods, can I get a shout out for the raiding party? Welcome to the stream. What were you playing today? We're trying to dig into hell. It's a slow and tedious process. You see, like, hell was designed to be a prison for people who didn't want to go there, and they never really expected anybody to just, like, intentionally dig their way into it. Nice day. Your people are heading out for GF time. Hope to arrive. I mean, we've got you know, bunch of hydras. If I click on this cage, as you can see, we have a couple additional hydras. We've also got some large birds and additional hydras. We just killed a demon overlord. We are invading goblins. And now we're just trying to get through this. Don't mind the strange iron and adamantine picks that are hanging out down here in the lava. There is no tragic stories that involve the existence of those picks mysteriously being left in the lava. Don't worry about it. The good news is we are digging down into this area pretty quick, so. How did I kill the demon overlord? With a spear. Spears, plural. Got completely melted by my military. It was in my fort, yeah. Yeah, it invaded with a small raiding party of goblins. We are just so relentlessly invading the goblins that I guess they just don't have that much military to spare on, like, actually properly invading me. Work early tomorrow. See you later, dude. Don't work too hard. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think today's a pretty chill stream kind of for me, because I'm just like not all here right now. Like, I wish I was more here than I am. Like, I'm tired of shit, guys. So, doing what I can. Showed up and tried to throw hands. Yeah, it was like, is this the wrestling contest? And the dwarves were like, kill it with spears! And they killed it with spears. I do still adore the fact that most demonic overlords' favorite pastime is boxing. More or less. It's like, oh, wow, it's just like real life. They're just like us, chat. Look at all these dwarves filling ponds. Even my elven performers have grabbed the buckets. Is it better to ramp up lodging and charcoal or making a pump stack? I usually just make a pump stack, but this map has a lot of lignite on it, so I'm using coke, which isn't the same as coal. So this is coming from, like, lignite, which is a brown coal in real life. So I'm mining coal. I'm not burning wood for it. Otherwise, I would probably use a pump stack because I'm trying to not go to war with the elves. Although they didn't trade with me this past year. It's probably got something to do with the fact that the dragon burned their last trade caravan. Because we kind of, I don't know, timing wasn't great. Let's put it that way. Yeah, fisty stabs. Donut. Fisty stabs. The best kind of stabs. Exhilarated getting into an argument. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm so groggy today. So groggy. So tired. So tired. Today is one of those days where if somebody just tipped enough to make me hit the daily minimum, I would just end. Because like, be like, sweet, I can go back to bed. I don't know what it is. I'm just like stressed to all fuck about the fact that I'm taking time off like next week and going on a short vacation. But also I probably just really need it. Gotta pump those pogs per second? Sure, yeah. Pogs mean something very different now than they did in the 90s, don't they? Self-care? I've been trying for the last couple of weekends and it just hasn't helped. Do it better? Okay, boss. Thanks for the input. Will do my best. Okay, you I can dig out. No, I can't. You I can't. You don't benefit me. That I can dig out. I mean, like, I guess I could go to the middle of this and start digging out these. Sure, we'll do that. I don't think there's anything behind that. Hopefully there ain't. If there is, oh no! We'll deal with it when we deal with it. The self-care is in hell? No, the self-care is, I don't know. I think a lot of the issues that I've been having, like, aren't the sort of thing that can be fixed with self-care. Not really, anyway. But I don't want to just be a whiny wuss. I do that enough already. Don't need to add additional. Those are going to be worked on for a while. Because these are all just adamantine that need to be dug out. Actually, let's not do that because I don't want to drop the diamond into there. Oh no, there's diamonds right there. Well, I guess I better put a pit pond on it. And a pit pond on it right there. So this is gonna be dug out apparently quicker than I thought because they dug out most of it already. But this is going to give the water more space to spread out, and once we get to 1 deep, it'll start to dissipate on its own. Let's see what that does. Literally not much. Oh, squads are back. Precious diamonds. Yes. Trees are trees is trees is trees. Doesn't care whether grow underground or is giant mushroom. Friday Hawks. In YouTube chat. The 2,053 trolls. Slaying 9. Purple Dwayne, the special clam, kills a goblin. One of my dwarves was struck down by a blind cave ogre. That's not good. I mean, they are fighting with thousands of trolls, quite literally. They clashed with 835 jabberers, slaying 4. You could do better than that. Channel your inner dynasty warriors. Slash harder. I need to train up some new dwarves, I think. And now that that's done, I can channel that out. And some migrants have arrived, despite the danger. The population's set to 250 on this fort, so. The Special Clam is a very funny title, especially considering it's a bird, guys. It's a giant bird. The giant bird is the specialist of clams. Maybe it's a clam specialist, you know? Which is admittedly quite different from the Special Clam, but... Okay, so you are all pick wielders. Let's just get some additional pick wielders up in here. It'll take them literal years to dig through anything, but do I really care? The jabbering will continue until the jabberer... Wouldn't it be until the jabberer improves instead of until the jabberer slaying improves? The problem is there's just a lot of them. That's the real issue. Some Etten has arrived for some silly reason. It's a giant humanoid monster with 2 noggins. I'm just gonna lock the dwarves inside, especially the newbies. And I've got a dwarf who's throwing a tantrum, apparently. And we are going to follow the mighty books! The great library of no book haver. Oh, please. Oh, please go straight. Oh, please go straight. Don't get distracted by the kitty. Hey, chat, check this out. What happens when you have an Etten and 3 baby dragons? Oh, it gets distracted by a cat and runs away. Naturally. Okay. What happens when you have an Etten and 3 baby dragons? Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Roasted indeed. Roasted and toasted. Got smoked. Got blasted. The baby dragons are very much this. So anyway, I started blasting. There's also something spooky right there. Which means I basically can't dig through anything. Once that goes through, then I can dig down 1 more tile. That can get dug through. Still got a whole bunch of Hydra occupants that need to get placed in there, but... Can they delete demons? I have no idea. I want to test that. I've literally never tried it. Sergeant Donut. So we're gonna find out. Because I don't know. Well, good news is this will all be done soon. The Spearmaster has bestowed a name upon it, on his shield, I guess. Cat's auto-res, but only so many times. I wonder if you could mod that. Probably. I presume that would be a thing you could do. Okay, I can probably start deleting these now. Because the lava is just starting to cool on its own. So we don't need to continue holding all of these like additional spots, and I can fill the rest in with glass. The exception of that, actually, that needs to be dealt with. Until that's been put out. But obviously they got to finish clearing up here first. An ad is about to start. I will pause. Well, actually, we're just staring at this. I'll pause the game if anything interesting happens. They have a chance to just not die. It's like temporary immune periodically. They're supposed to be put into these cages, and they're just kind of not being put into those cages, so it's kind of funny that they've all just kind of come down here. Rock a 9 lives cat mod? I think cats, because then you'd have to butcher them 9 times. No, I'm good. Hard pass, actually, on that one. I don't want to have to butcher cats 9 times. They already, like, breed too quickly. I don't want to also have to butcher them 9 times. That seems just, like, wildly unnecessary. Funny, but wildly unnecessary. Imagine being that butcher. Like, to me, it kind of sounds reminiscent to that one time I had zombie giant crabs in a fort. Because you had to kill them one time for their limbs, plus one time for every time they resurrected. So you had to kill them. Then they would come back a couple seconds later. And then you had to kill them additionally for every time each of their limbs resurrected, which was just painful. Funny, but painful. Like, I'd be lying if I was saying any of this stuff wasn't hysterical, but it wasn't really fun. It was just kind of painful. Also, I don't know why my frame rate went down to 20. Something's going on somewhere. Probably animal is stuck somewhere, or something's pathing somewhere, or somebody's trying to get into the fort somehow. Lots of pinching. Well, only the pinchers could pinch. The rest of them are just like skittering, chattering, clattering, clamoring, skedaddling. I don't know. What do crab legs do? Rookie has bestowed the name Entantromik upon a steel shield. So that right there has a scary. Where's the other scary? There's the other scary. Yeah, which means I can dig through that. Oh, you know what's something I did do this weekend? I watched Class Action Park. It was a pretty good movie. Tastes amazing with butter. You know what's this might blow your mind. Most things taste amazing with butter. Even things that you like would expect to not taste amazing with butter somehow manage to still taste amazing with butter. Ain't that crazy? Why are they taking so long to channel? Because they're digging through adamantine, and because different materials take different amounts of time to dig through based on their density. Adamantine, for a legendary miner with an adamantine pick, takes about, oh boy, ballpark of like 5 minutes, it feels like sometimes. No, it's actually about 90 seconds to mine through. Guys, it's not lunchtime yet, and you're making me hungry. Actually, how many wafers do I have? Okay, let's just add a mantine pick. Yeah, we'll just make 10 of them. Yeah, I mean, if like the southern states wrote the Gospels, then yeah. Certainly. Everything tastes butter. Everything tastes butter. Huh. Everything tastes better with butter, cheese, oil after being put in a deep fryer. It's the gospel, right? The gospel of, oh God, I ate too much. It's the primary prayer that they say over there, I've been told. I love the fact that this dwarf is trying to catch a hydra. This is Endok going on the quest of trying to catch a stray hydra. Hydras seem to run at all times. The Gospel of Julia Child. I'd be willing to bet somebody wrote a book called The Gospel of Julia Child. Look, you caught it. Finally. She caught it. Finally. On the topic of crab legs, this is a thing being written in YouTube chat. One time I ate so many crab legs, I got ill, and my sweat smelled like crab for a day. Is this why Red Lobster shut down? Serious question. Please discuss. Curse of the Sea smelling like... Yeah. I don't think I've had crab legs ever. I've had lobster. By crab legs, I mean like still in a shell. or like where it looks like visually like crab. Like I've had crab in sushi, like real crab, in various formats, but I don't think I've ever just had a crab like ever. Also, I love the fact that this dwarf is wearing a turban and a helm. I guess the helm is under the turban, hey? I guess that classifies as a hard hat. The metub, the wood burner withdraws from society. I thought it said the cat is sparring. You grab obsidian. So we're getting an obsidian stone artifact. No, I'm okay. It's not really... Like, it's something I could do. Like, there's crab shacks where I live. Like I live on the ocean. We have oyster shacks, we have crab boils, lobster boils, like tons of fish fries around like salmon season. It's just not something I prioritize. It's an alpaca. There it is. So because it's just not something I like go out of my way to pursue, it's just I never really find myself in a situation where I would order it. America answered yes. Yeah, I also have, I cannot get Red Lobster advertisements out of my head, but I've never even had the slightest impulse to like go to a Red Lobster in my whole life. Like not once has that ever like been a thing that seemed appealing. So now we just need to get all of these gems out of here. And we need to get this smoothed and fortified and that smoothed and fortified. So basically I'm just waiting for like these gems here to be gone. Mostly. What's up, Taco Taco? And Fem. Sorry, but your bear died a while ago. You died to a forgotten beast, I think? It's either a forgotten beast or a demon. One of the two. Something half right with their adverts? It never looked, like, appealing, but... I don't have any crustaceans that I could name. Please just ask for a dwarf. Or something that you know that I have. Otherwise, I could refund it for you or give it to somebody else. Them. Or, like, be more specific on, like, what I can do. You'll take a dwarf? Beard or no beard? No beard? Okay. How about... Stabby Fem. Stabby Fem is frequently depressed, impervious to the effects of stress, and never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. I'm sorry. Has an incredibly calm demeanor, tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, is somewhat quarrelsome, and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and has a sense of duty. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she's quite comfortable with others that have a bit different appearance or culture. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And I lost my spot. And she is conflicted by this, and she values harmony as an intellectual concept. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She personally finds that that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, believes that peace is always preferable to war, finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, values a harmonious existence, and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, and dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. You've killed a forgotten beast and 12 other things, mostly here, but also in offshore battles. You have a very old red squirrel cape, as well as glorious robes and tunics, and a steel sword and a steel shield, and mostly steel armor. Yeah, you had some pretty major drama. Well, actually, I could look. You retched on miasma, which made you more resilient. You dwelled upon seeing a Minotaur's dead body, which made you grow more cautious and learn to disdain perseverance. Danger dreaming the dagger of knives' dead body. You saw Stran, the Minotaur. That made you become more altruistic. You felt sad after experiencing trauma, which made you more depressed and learned to value peace. Yeah, you know what? Touche. I can't fault you on that one. You were accepting remembering the trauma, which made you less anxious and learned to value harmony. Okay. You felt pleasure remembering a sparring session and grim satisfaction remembering the forces of the last evil were defeated at Monstermesh. So you get grim satisfaction from things dying now. So you get grim satisfaction now for us defeating that siege. That's like every single dwarf though. Like if you go into just about any, like literally any dwarf except for the ones that just arrived, they all have that level of depth. I'm actually just gonna go here and try and raise this site. I'm gonna send 2 squads. Good luck. Although I don't think Fem's in that squad. Yeah, Fem's right here. Separate squad. Unrelated. Hopefully there's nothing evil and scary and death providing behind any of those, but we're going to dig through them. Let's also go down here. Do the same with this. I'm doing this so that I don't need to make more glass.
Good afternoon, smiley face.
Good afternoon,
Just
smiley
lost to the
face.
new-ish siege mechanics for the first time since release.
Cool stuff. Thanks for the 24 months. Welcome back. That's 2 whole years. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for 2 years from Strixa? Yeah, it's always like sad, but also like kind of satisfying to lose to the sieges. An obsidian bracelet and claims it as a Hamley heirloom. Well, keep it then. See if I care. How many bins is I making? Not enough. Let's just smelt 40 tetrahedrite. And up here, we can place more green glass stuff. So once all these are gone, fortify that, get Mark Dwarves to kill them, or take whatever riches lie behind those walls. And then we move down to the next layer and repeat the cycle. And this continues to slowly fill up, slowly. Am I replaying Arch Crystal? No, because it's not crystal glass. That's a good question. We're going to have to mark this one down on the calendar so that we can cross off some dwarves when we find them holding a bow. I don't even know where I'm going with this donut. I wish that made more sense. It sounded better in my head, to be honest. It lets me see the layer below is why I'm using Glass Super app in YouTube chat. Bigger and probably more important news. I got accepted for disability allowance. Hell yeah. So you don't have to pretend you're looking for a job. Yeah. I'm on disability benefits, which isn't quite the same thing, but it is a big help. Which basically just means it's like easier to get meds and shit. But like, it's not perfect. Thankfully, paperwork's not fucked anymore, and I don't have to pay for insulin again. I had to pay for insulin last year. That was a rough year. Still heavily discounted, but still, it feels bad. Having to, you know, pay for the thing that stops you from dying. But good for you. Do I have a rule of thumb on what % of dwarf pop to have as miners? Nope. It depends on what I'm digging through and how deep I'm digging. If you have more than 10, you'll need to make a miners guild, though. It depends on how quickly mining is going and how many more I feel I need. Right now I feel like I need a lot more. That's why I've made a lot more. You've got a game where your frame rate went from great to obviously awful almost instantaneously. How could I figure it out? Something is probably stuck. Did you make a squad leave the map recently? Like, what were the last few actions you did? Is something on fire? Deep within this place, we've uncovered a treasure of the gods. It's a glowing metal sword. Ooh. I kind of want that, but at the same time, I kind of don't. Oh, because it's a thin glowing metal sword. Yeah, I'll just stick to my adamantine swords. The bards, I don't know what they yearn for, but they're going to learn. Something was on fire for a bit, and I had a squad sent out, or maybe two. One of the squads disappeared earlier, like 1 year ago. Like, did you send out a squad recently? Like, what were you doing right before the frame rate dropped, is the question. Usually what I would do if something like that happens is I click on this up here, and then scroll until I see a bunch of jobs canceled, because that's usually a pretty good indicator. If you sent out a squad recently, and they had animals assigned to them, make sure all the animals left the map. Another thing you could do is you could hit U and scroll until you see dwarves with no job and then click on them. Because if they're stuck somewhere, then you'll see that. If there's combat logs, go see what's going on with the combat logs. Oh no, Rock Freebird is once again a Freebird because Freebird has forgotten Freebird's training. I'm actually going to slaughter some Hydras, speaking of Freebirds. I need meat to be able to train the Freebirds. Uh-oh. So I've got a bunch of Hydras that have forgotten their training, but because they're presumably assigned to a zone, that doesn't matter. I'm going to slaughter some Hydras. Because I think I have too many Hydras. And also, actually, let's just go here. So as long as we don't aggravate them, then they'll stay neutral. Should be fine. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket, and it shoots webs. It's a me demon. We've seen these a couple times. And thankfully, the dwarf that was shooting or that smoothed through it has bolts, because is a Marks dwarf, so has iron and steel bolts, and is firing all of the bolts as quickly as possible, which is now injured. There we go. And they got it. Easy peasy. That would absolutely fix it. Yeah, as long as there's no crazy water things happening, retiring it and reclaiming it will fix it. Shinobi, thank you very much for the 12 months, by the way, with Prime. Those Prime subs do absolutely go a long way. Are they edible? Some of them are. Not all of them are. Will this one be eaten? I don't know. They tend to butcher some of... Oops. They tend to butcher some of them, but... it's not really a huge priority. Turns out I've got rather large amounts of meat from the Hydras. Holy shit. That's quite the Hydra family. Yeah, the only oddities that retiring and unretiring will do is some furniture will have to be rebuilt. And if you have a large water reservoir somewhere, that'll probably like spill to where it's not supposed to be, but squads have returned. Let's see how they did. That is not true in Dwarf Fortress. Many things are not edible, but everything is lickable. Demon loaf? You mean liver. They just called it loaf, so it sounded more appealing. Weed McLeet led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Stostub Dance Wicked, and Wicked Dancer, but unfortunately very quickly will get stabbed to death most likely. Eric's full name is now the Tufted Myth. Spooktongs, the Burdens of Chewing is Lamox. Yeah, there you go. Dance Wicked is now dead, was slayed by Splattered Saber, the Crazed Nuts. Sure, yes. Of Thunderfire rampage throughout, and we destroyed it. We literally like pushed a place from like 100 goblins down to 0 immediately. Nice. Let's go do that again to another one. Let's try and raise it. Send 2 squads. Good luck, dwarves. So we're gonna probably dig down right here. So if someone's coming to dump... I was going to say, 'cause if someone's coming to dump a bucket of water down there, maybe it'll be fine, but nope. So there is bad right there. But to the left should be fine. The Crazed Nuts is, in fact, a what a name kind of name. I've absolutely had demons that were slaughterable before. And I've slaughtered many a demon. It's particularly fun when, like, they start multiplying and making baby demons. Like having dozens of twins and such. Those are always the particularly, like, entertaining one. This is a magma. Covered with splats of magma. Encrusted with puddles of magma. From the magma. So this is going to actually spill out. This might be dangerous. How about instead of digging there, instead we dig here? Which will be slightly less fucking dangerous. Get him, Kick Roast. Hey, you made it. And you didn't die. Well done. There's lava back there, so that's danger. Let's actually just go above. Go through here, go through here, go through there. Channel down into these spots, so, well, I already know the water's over there, so that I know where the liquids are. And start digging. And there's an evil right there, so I will smooth this so that we can get rid of whatever the evil is. And I can probably dig through that, because that's probably fine, right? That's also fine. That's fine. That's all fine. Actually, all of this is fine. Don't know how much of it's diggable. It's probably not much, but... An artifact loincloth? I love the artifact thongs. The artifact underwear in general is some of my favorites. Just bolts. And let's just go here and go bolt thrower. Go this way. Bolt thrower. Bolt thrower. Stormtrooper. Bolt thrower. Bolt thrower. And that's all my bolt throwers. Got 2 more stray hydras that have forgotten their training. That's fine. They're in a cage, so I can retrain them. Gonna need more bolts? Probably. What do I have a pile of? Actually, probably have a bunch of wafers. I could make some adamantine bolts. That would be ridiculous. I'm going to magnetite and iron bolts, and I'm just going to do 200 of each because iron bolts are plenty. And I've got like 700 magnetite or something on the map, which is ridiculous. Like, completely fucking ridiculous. Like, absolutely, completely ridiculous. I really want to just dig through all this and see what's up here. Because what could possibly go wrong, aside from everything? A whole lot of lava comes out. It's probably actually the worst thing that could happen. Whole lot of nothing, looks like. It used to be you could dig into the semi-molten rock and it would just infinitely spew out lava. So happy it doesn't do that anymore. It's much nicer now. Did someone just get torched? I didn't see it if they did. Oh, no, someone did. Rip. I mean, I am kind of dancing with death doing this, but it is giving me a better idea of the distance. There was also lava down here, apparently. Channeling out this. Moved it over. So, what I'm going to do is just dump some buckets into here. I think I just lost a bunch of miners, actually. Because of this lower level. Well, that's unfortunate. You only saw one? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out soon. I mean, I know the one up there died, but we'll find out. I could just channel into this, but just gonna send the squads back upstairs where it's safer. They don't really need to be down here. Some forgotten beast named Johek! Zavokugo has come, a great kite with external ribs. It has a large mandible and it belches and croaks. Its lavender scales and feathers are long and sparse. Beware its poison sting. Johek! I'm sure it's probably Johek, but Johek sounds better. Oh, yo, that looks awesome. That might be my favorite design I've seen today. I love the color on its neck. That's so cool. This is the most video game boss, actually, because it's got a weak point. You hit it in the blue stuff, you know? Instead of, like, hit it in the red stuff, you hit it in the blue stuff, but also, that's just a cool bird. Johek! So Johek is what his friends call him, but his grandma calls him Johek, you know? Johek! Clean your room! You want to make armor out of him? Leather armor? Leather Johekian armor? You know, we've done so much with colors. It would be really, really... Like, if you know what would be, like, a pretty trivial, non-consequential, probably hard to actually implement feature that I wish I could wishcast into Dwarf Fortress? I would love it if I could summon or if I could make it so that when you butcher a monster, it maintain like the leather gets some pigment of their color. Like that would just be awesome if I could do that. It does kind of look like a monster from Monster Hunter, yeah. Well, we already have like the capabilities of the colors, right? Because you can already, there's already colors that exist in this world that you can't actually make, which is kind of fucked up. Run, Dwarfy, run! Hey? Undeath has been missing for a week. Well, that's unfortunate. Username checks out. Okay. Where's this beast? I'm gonna keep calling it Yo-Heck, though. Yo-Heckin' beast. Have you no shame? Uh-oh. So I was like, why'd the frame rate get bad all of a sudden? Somehow I managed to set this dwarf on fire. You have 2 children and 5 pets. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't want to leave them all a single dad. I actually have no idea how that happened. Did you just, like, be dumb and walk through that? I'm so sad, chat. Rest in peace, Sodell. So long, Dwarf. Also, Yo-Heck is now dead heck. I'm sorry we didn't get to witness the death of Yo-Heck, but I was too busy mourning the loss of that dwarf. Yo-Heck is now no-heck. Meanwhile, Vomit Comet named his adamantine spear. Oh no! This is his kid. Storing an item in a bin. His mom's dead too. It's just you and Bioactive now. Rest in peace, kids. Remember to shower, and don't stand directly in a pile of lava, like your dad did. Won't end well. Can dig out this. And I guess I can dig out these. It's really not that safe. TBD. And unrelated, but Dodok has risen and is haunting the fortress. Named Shio. Okay. Is it all for Shio? Oh, you want a sad dwarf, not a happy dwarf. I won't give you the saddest dwarf because then you'll die very quickly. So I will give you just a sad dwarf. Shio, Tangled Quake, is frequently depressed, cracks easily under pressure, and is bashful and doesn't generally think before acting. Is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. Defines obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has little interest in joking around. He often feels envious, and he is often nervous. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He could be considered rude. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he likes to brawl. He is disturbed by this since he values quiet, at least in the abstract. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. And he inhales sharply when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. I realize no traders showed up this year. Well, that's awkward. He believes in a peaceful day and dreams of mastering a craft of work someday, and likes black bronze and blue jade and kakapo leather, as well as eagle bone, hemp fabric, and giant wolverine parchment, bucklers and backpacks, and water buffaloes for their wallowing, in the words of the teacher of meandering, and when possible prefers to consume buckwheat beer, and when possible he prefers to consume buckwheat beer and absolutely hates fire snakes. I wonder. Nope, nothing's stuck, so odd. I guess they're pissed at me. Yeah. Sodell has been missing for a week. Well, we should memorialize that one quickly. Also, I apparently have beak dogs running around. Holy shit. That's a lot of beak dogs. I was getting elk birds. Now the moment of truth. Dang it, no cave crawlers or dragons or flesh balls. So we just went and raised Seduce Path. We're on the path of seduction. Clearly, single mums are located in this area. They must be. That's what the ads said. The Weed McGeet led the attack. He's also, of course, the turquoise Frill. Outmatched a goblin named Atu Lysnarl. Goblin Atu Lysnarl was struck down by the dwarf Stop Tour. Stop Tour in Seduce Path. Terror Renowned was struck down by an unrelated dwarf. And the fighting begins. They're drawn to crazed nuts. Oh, naturally, yes. We destroyed another location. So that's 2 that we've destroyed now. Just like from the jump, out the gate. This one's already repopulated by a different goblin faction, but we were able to take them out, so that's impressive. Let's just raise this one with one squad and raise this one with a different squad. Although in both those missions, I'm gonna be like, for fuck's sake, dwarves, don't bother with the livestock. We just don't need it. This will let all of this get moved, which will speed things up quite a bit. And then I can let this in over here, which will help. They're goblins. It's free real estate. I think it's really funny that in order for something to not surrender to you, though, they have to know how much of a threat you are. And if they don't know how much of a threat you are, they will just surrender to you, assuming that you're a threat. It's one of my favorite weird quirks with Dwarf Fortress at the moment, where you can quite literally just be like, we're big and scary. Fear us. Now surrender so that we can occupy you. And they'll just surrender with like no shits given. I find that so goddamn funny. Let's see how the bolt piles are doing. Still none down here. There we go. Finally starting to dig through this crap. There's something scary back there. So just to remind myself, I will smooth through that. So we'll get all that mined out. So there's less concern. Do you think adamantine is edible? No. I can't remember what it was, what fantasy book it was, but I have this vague memory of reading some fantasy thing that states that you don't know, like, the joy of any food until you have consumed a fresh diamond. And now I'm trying to remember what that's from. Why is that a line in my head from a thing? I don't know why that's in my head, but it is. So I guess do with that what you will, chat. It's probably like eating fiberglass insulation. I believe it. I believe it. That's believable. I could see it. So there's a scary monster right there. Potentially. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to fill you in and fill you in. I'm going to take these two ranged squads and I'm going to send them down here. Fill you in, you in, you in, and you in. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to channel down into this scary spot and then channel down into this scary spot. And let whatever scary monsters are behind there out, and we'll turn them into pincushions. Adamantine is asbestos. It's a mineral of fibers that can be weaved into cloth that's fire resistant, but it's also not like bulletproof. So like insane, crazy, superpower asbestos. No, I dug through it by accident, and it wasn't actually scary. It was just a nothing burger. Well, that's good, I guess. Let's get these dwarves out of here. Finish that. That's a good theory, though, that adamantine is just asbestos. It's definitely, like, believable enough. Now let's see what's down in here. After they dig up all of this, of course. So this is Tobal, the furnace operator, digging down and in. And then we find out what lies below. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. It's a cinnamon devil? We're gonna take the cinnamon challenge, I suppose. A very large antelope twisted into humanoid form with lidless eyes. It spouts gibberish periodically because its mouth is full of cinnamon. Beware its poisonous bite. And it immediately executes Dodok. And walks outside. And Dodok immediately dies. It then collides with Kel, the recruit. But doesn't kill him. Kel needs a medic, but I think we are one casualty, hopefully, instead of two. Get this dwarf medic and get Dodok a coffin. You want to live with the cinnamon devil? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Just don't let it bite you. It's a little poisonous. Bit of a toxic roommate. Let's go places, siege engines, boop. There we go. That's what we want to see. I think I'm just gonna go smooth that, and we'll just let this flow in. Kel's been found dead? Oh no, Kel also died. I don't know why the name Kel is making me think of this, but don't ask me why I was reading about Kellogg's. I fell down the Kellogg's rabbit hole recently, and apparently cornflakes were marketed initially as like a libido suppressant because it tasted so boring. Because Kellogg was a crazy person. And I find that really funny. It's so bland. Yeah, it's so bland it'll keep you from wanting to have sex. And reading Kel just brought that back to the front of my brain for some reason, so. You know, there's like crazy people in history where I'm just like, this person was like objectively negative to society. And then there's people in history that were quite literally like a massive negative to society for the most part. But that is just so funny and sad and pathetic that I kind of can't get mad at it. It's like, I guess it was a different time. It was all that I could really think about. It's like, well, I mean, it was a different time. Who the fuck does Serial Foreplay? We're on the internet, Laya. There's a subreddit for that. Maybe two. This is true. Taku Taco. But yeah, for me, like, back to like what adamantine is. Adamantine is like asbestos Kevlar fiberglass to me. Basically, I want Kellogg's Mr. Kellogg to come back to life in the current year and be told to consume Frosted Flakes. Probably would think it's the work of Satan. Wait, hold up. Kellogg's made mustard gas? I guess I didn't get that deep into the rabbit hole. Or are we talking about something unrelated? Someone else. Okay. Oh, right. Gotcha. Okay, everyone, don't Google. I regret my... No, you don't. You knew what you were doing, Laya. Nitrogen-enriched soil made mustard gas? Yeah, I mean... You mean chickens? Chicken shit has a lot of nitrogen in it, supposedly. Fritz Haber's a name I do recognize, yes. I do know that name. Who tried to worsen the world by... Big military guy. But ended up inventing the process to make bombs that saved humanity from starvation by accident. It's like the invertedness of, like, the TNT guy. Who also kind of made the world worse, but... Also wrote a, you know, pretty good song by AC/DC, so... Dynamite. How else would we have that rock anthem if it wasn't for Dynamite? I keep hitting the wrong buttons. I'm not just like loopy today. I'm like out of it today. Also, the ads are starting soon. Farmer has been possessed. And a rock has arrived. This one named Old Lug. A bird of prey so large and ferocious as dwarfs many dragons. Yada, yada, yada. It's okay. I already have dwarf dragons, so. They're babies. They're still little. Now, if there is no rock on the map, which there is, then it was one of mine. But it's not one of mine because the sculpture of squids, eh? Well, the kids get excited about his kill count, and he's got 150 others. What Tricky Tree said. I'm just waiting for the ad stand, which just started. Yeah, or Dynamite by Tayo Cruz. Yes, naturally. Wanted to make a safer explosive. Thus, he yeah, that's why I said he like accidentally made the world a worse place instead of the guy who accidentally made the world a better place. I think that this drowsiness might actually be allergies because like the longer today goes on, the more my eyes are like watering. Enjoy the story about the guy who wanted to compose epic marching song for the army, but it ended up being the most played song for the circus. That's really funny. Like that's genuinely really funny. A+ on that one. All right, we should be through the ads. Big Birdie flapadoodles its way into the fort and step. My army is too strong, I think. We're just gonna get rid of all that and just move all of these bolts, hopefully, down into here. This is where we're gonna need them. So these ones are not hostile, but not friendly. They're just in the area. I don't know why these keep becoming unassigned occupants, but I don't think the cage has a maximum size. Maybe it's because they keep canceling the jobs? I don't know. It's odd. I'm gonna dig through these and just build some stairs down. And then go back to mining, as we have been. Comet Colossus has bestowed a name upon stuff. Oh, squads came back again. Did they destroy another place? 2 other places, actually. Presumably it gave it a nice taste. I mean, just like dwarves. What is the highest donation I've received from YouTube? Like, biggest single donation? There's this one individual who has given me 500 euros twice. And then there was one which I didn't realize was one of the highest I'd ever had, because it was in whatever the, like, United Arab Emirates money is called. Which looked like a high one, but was actually way higher than I thought it was, but it wasn't quite as high as the 500 euro ones. What's a question in YouTube chat? That's what's the biggest single donation I've had? The biggest single donation I've had on Twitch was $1,000. Which has happened twice. Once in bits. And once in, like, direct tip. That was years ago. This is why you like making lead goblets and flasks. I like them because they're not super heavy and they're just, like, you know, valuable and nice and see good use for it. Bless the whales that keep the stream alive. My stream isn't really kept alive by whales. I mean, like, there's definitely people that tip me more frequently than others, but I don't really have, like a stream kept alive by whales would be somebody who, like, there's, like, 4 people that pay my salary. That's not really the case. What keeps my stream alive is the fact that there's about 400 people that are subscribed to me every month on Twitch, people that use their primes frequently, and people that support me on my website. Like, that's what actually keeps me here. There's no sexual favors, so thus not technically sugar daddies. Besides, some of them might be mommies, you don't know. Friend got a tip of 1,000 Colombian pesos, and he was so hyped until he discovered the company. Yeah, that's something I'm not super fond of with YouTube, is that people can just like tip 1,000 of a currency in a country that they're not in by just turning on a VPN, and then it sticks at the top of the chat for like a year. Found nothing. Rampage throughout, so we didn't destroy them, but we did rampage. Did go on a good old rampage. Meaning I could probably pretty easily take over these locations. Dark Goblin Pits. Where's the other fortress? There it is. Thief Callus. Gonna go attempt to raise Thief Callus. Fun fact, you learned that the song Smells Like Teen Spirit is from Kurt's sister telling him he smells like Teen Spirit because he smelled like deodorant and his girlfriend used that was called Teen Spirit. Sounds about right. He thought the sentence was an empowering statement, not knowing that she actually meant it. The songs became a hit, and because of that, the deodorant Teen Spirit sold a ton and made the manufacturer loads of money from free advertising. Yeah. Smells like Irish Spring. Hey, at least it wasn't smells like Axe body spray. Because that stuff has sold too much. I did not know that that was a deodorant. Though, but that's funny and I believe it. There's a Vancouver band that, well, I guess technically they're from Surrey, but a band from the city that I lived in previously that are called the Gins. The Gins, like, they sound like Nirvana. Like, they're kind like, you know how like Greta Van Fleet is just kind of, it's not Led Zeppelin, but it's close enough, is what Greta Van Fleet is. The Gins is like, they're not Nirvana, but they're close enough. I saw a meme with Gimli holding an axe can. That's funny. The gold floor has a practical use. Pick blood. It lets me, what's the word? Melt my way, essentially, through safer because I can see the layer below from the layer above. So it makes going down a safer process. Much less immediately dangerous. Gotta say that elves hold pickaxes funny. Telenartho, thanks for the raid. What's your favorite way to use Axe body spray? Don't ask me how we got here, I don't know. I mean, it's obviously how it feels to chew 5 gum, if nothing else. You know, I've wondered for a while if I could be Bumblebee from Transformers and hold an entire conversation using nothing but commercials. Probably could. And I don't even watch ads anymore, so it would be commercials from like 10 years ago. It would be very out-of-date commercials at this point. Okay, so that's going to show us what's behind that wall. You're going to pay a lot from this. I regularly break out. I'm not going to pay a lot for this muffler. I don't know what ad that's from. So, also, we're about to get a new mayor because our current mayor has been fired. Unless he's able to step there, in which case the steam might put him out, but... Anyway, Fikal the Boyer has been elected mayor. We now have a dwarven mayor! Hey, Cat, are you on fire too? You are occupying the same tile. The good news is we have a new mayor. The bad news is the mayor is dead. The good news is the new mayor is a dwarf. And already has a bedroom. Even better. I mean, we didn't set him on fire, okay? He did it to himself. He did it to himself. It's his own fault. You can't blame the dwarves for the death of the mayor. He did it to himself, man. You can't fix stupid. And if you want to stand in front of the scary murder hole and dig through it, well, that's on you there, bud. I hate to break it to you. How many wafers do we have? How many strands do I have? They're fancy colors of adamantine strands, nonetheless. Let's make adamantine breastplates. Start putting those on my squads. I would say branding-wise, they're the same thing, but I don't know. In regards to body spray versus, like, deodorant versus fragrance are two different things, is I guess the difference there. But a deodorant can have fragrance, but not all deodorant has fragrance. And fragrances generally aren't deodorants. This is a distinction I didn't think I would be discussing today, but here we are. Happy Tuesday. We heat for checked. What devilry is that? And deep within this place, we've uncovered a treasure of the gods! Underwear. It is a large twisting metal loincloth. All hail the great twisting Adonides. That's all I got, chat. And let's fortify this. Oh no! We checked for heat. What devilry is this? It's okay. We're standing on water, so it's fine. All right, well, that was a waste of everybody's time. Okay, so now the next goal is to dig down. But how was your stream today, Dylan? How'd things go? Was it a good time? Did you have fun? I saw you dwarfing earlier. Did you dwarf the whole day, or did you do some writing as well? You had no idea there was things to find down there? What if I told you that there was another cavern layer? That maybe we'll find today, maybe we won't. So we won't be finding Nemo today. We'll be memorializing Nemo. Ain't no way. Hey, there absolutely is. I'm just spitting truths that you're too afraid to know. That is exactly what I'm doing, Stonecoat. And in regards to if it's been asked before, it's been asked about 3 times in the last 20 minutes. Which is okay. We've heat for checked. What devilry is that? Okay, it's at a diagonal, so we're fine. Kind of amazed I haven't accidentally caved shit in down here yet, but here we are. That you tried adamantine. Unfortunately, only dabbling miners left. It was painful. It's pretty easy to adjust in the game settings. But yeah, I mean, I mostly just have dabbling at this point. And I don't disagree that it's kind of painful. It's just very slow. So there is lava right there. Straight down. Nothing really over here. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to stop doing you. Go grab stairs and then build stairs down a layer and start building. Let's just start digging. There's a public mining guild. Yeah, I have a miners guild. I've been thinking about sending it to public, but like, it would probably actually just be easier to tell them to go dig out an entire layer on another layer and just get everybody up to legendary. Also, mining experience is dished out based on number of tiles they've dug up, not like amount of time spent digging. So if you're trying to train a whole bunch of miners, you're best off just digging through sand, because then they'll like dig through it way faster and train way faster. Just, you know, pro tip. Both the squads are back. Let's see how these raise attempts went. Mining through sand sounds so miserable. Oh yeah, no, absolutely in real life, but... Wade McGeet charged in, outmatched. Good a positional advantage, and also a ton. Their last name is Enter Basements, which is it's like Enter Sandman, but basements. That or they just simply live in a, you know, a basement suite. So their front door is the basement. Go dig sand. Go dig your sand with your beard. I really wish I still had that. I think it was Vinsati that made it. It was a PNG image of a whole bunch of theoretical Dwarf Fortress insults that used only words from the Dwarven language. My favorite was cat herder. It's the only one I remember. There was also like stank something. Yeah, all kinds of good words. Just using the Dwarf Fortress language to create insults. El Rey, hello. How are you? I am very tired for some reason today, and I don't know why. I'm kind of blaming allergies, but... So this is a fortress with 4,000 goblins in it, or 4,000 somethings in it. Got Deadly Dustin, and fortunately it's just drowsiness, not some decomposition one. But now they're all unconscious and diagnosed with beast sickness. They might wake up. I've definitely had things that like made dwarves go into a coma and never wake up before. I don't know. Time will tell. Mary? Seems like a nice day. There's not that much natural. I mean, yeah, all of the lighting in here is natural. It's kind of cloudy. Actually, it's pretty windy. Well, actually, it's... I look out one window and I see clouds. I'm like, it's cloudy. I look out the other window. It's like, no, it's blue sky. It's pretty windy today. I don't know. It's a pretty standard spring day. Jesus, that's a long fight. The Earthen Silent Breaker of Thunder is Donut's full name. Donut, your full title is officially the Earthen Silent Breaker of Thunder. That's very dwarfy. Clashed with 340 goblins, slaying 10. Clashed with 330 goblins, slaying 10. Clashed with 330 goblins, slaying 10. Good luck, go get him again. Is that some sort of fart joke? Oh, most certainly. How many kills does Weed have now? 13 notable kills, 70 others. Eric has 8 notable kills and 44 others. How's Donut doing? Donut has 12 notable and 64 others. And I'm going to grab these 2 squads and update equipment. And you're dead, so we'll just replace you with somebody else. Do you not have the ability to pick stuff up? No, you do. Guess I just need to make more adamantine weapons then or something. Brown recluse, spider, silk man, webs. Brown recluse, spider-men, silk webs. Da 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 da. Checks out. Like, honestly, checks out. Huh? Dwarf was found dead? Oh no, did my Hydra go mad? So there's a Hydra here who has lost it. I was kind of waiting for that to happen. Don't know why it finally happened now, but I'll just send the military down here. Oh, there goes a child. And another one. Stomad and Uzul. Here comes the military. Bolts are flying. Not all of them have gone psycho. It's just the 2, I think. Yeah, it's just the 1, not even the 2. I was waiting for that to happen. I knew it would happen eventually. One of them would go nuts. Because these are mostly untrained Hydras. I'm just going to add the additional Hydras to that if I can. And I'm going to send all the squads back upstairs. Back up to where they're supposed to be. Who just wants to chill in your other 2 heads? You mean there's 7 heads. So there's quite a few additional heads on top of all that. Also, we're making an artifact, which is using 3 pieces of tower cap, gizzard stones, raw adamantine, cow leather, etc. It's going to be expensive. Some forgotten beast who's composed of water has come. It's a humanoid. It has a jointed trunk, a knobby trunk, and a bloated body. Beware its webs. And it is in the area where it can't get to me, and it's stuck in a tree. So I'm just going to pretend it's not there. So I'm going to reiterate this from earlier. I still agree with Clino. I'm very excited for Dwarf Fortress right now because something cool is happening soon. I can't say what it is or when it is because that would be rude. But you might want to tune into the stream tomorrow. That's all I got. I'll also say that I really hope that I have more energy than I do today because, my God, I'm like going kaput today. The dwarf, the farmer, has created Tesh Kudgudgid, a tower cap amulet, and offers it to Thunderfile, the crystal storm. This is a very expensive amulet made of wood somehow. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval siltstone cabochons encircled with bands of tower cup and rectangular slate cabochons, oval raw adamantine cabochons, elkbird leather, and this object menaces with spikes of trash mac, thanks for the raid, and spikes of adamantine cabochons, and spikes of tower cap. On the item is an image of Irel Wield Love, the dwarf and dwarves in tower cap. Wield Love is surrounded by the dwarves. Eric relates to the ascension of the dwarf. Wield Love to the position of Baron of the Bolt of Contest in the year 26. And the item is an image of Brave Lyric, the rusted metal spear in clear diamond. And ads are running. I was trying to read until he got stopped. Sorry if you just got slapped with an ad, but welcome, Raiders. Hi, hello. Hello, Trashback. I hope you're here not stuck in an ad because I need to yawn. I did drink my coffee today, too. Jesus, man. But how was Fort today? I saw like the thumbnail had a big arena thing. Hopefully it was good Fort. I'm trying to dig into hell. There's also an absolutely, completely, utterly, totally, 100% irresponsible number of hydras on my map. On top of that, there's also a ridiculously irresponsible number of dragons on my map. And on top of that, there's a just about clearly nearly as irresponsible number of Dwayne "The Rocks" Johnsons on my map. But unfortunately, the dragons had 10 babies and now have seemingly been incapable of making fertile eggs anymore, which makes me sad. So I'm waiting for these dragons to grow up so that we can... They're like 7 and 8 years old mostly. You forgot the Ettins, so don't worry about them. You know, what are the odds that I just have too many animals on the map? I mean, I do have like a ridiculous number of kittens. Apparently, I actually wasn't fully aware of that. Because I'm seeing the rocks aren't laying. No. I'm seeing the rocks aren't laying eggs anymore either. It's probably not that, but what if? Sorry to all you cat fans out there, but I'm slaughtering a lot of cats. I'm also just going to give up on these bears. Not the kittens. It's okay. They won't last very long. They'll only take like one good hit with a hammer. So they won't feel pain for very long, just initially. Lenny? What's named Lenny? Nothing. Sorry, Zakaluka. But there ain't no Lenny in these parts. And if there was, Lenny's already dead. Now, there's a non-zero chance I'm just digging straight down into something that will kill me. And if I do, that'll be very funny. The average dwarvish child trauma experience in this game makes you feel better about your... That's not supposed to be the takeaway, but... Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. Dwarves. Clear away. The digging is too goddamn slow. We can do it better. This is me training a bunch of my dwarves on how to mine. Let's just forbid that temporarily. Give this a yoink. That's a lot of Hydra skulls. I guess it would make sense that Hydras would make a lot of skulls. But, like, I'll be honest, I never really thought about it. All right, squads is back. I'm trying to get all of my miners up to legendary so that they can actually dig through the adamantine at a reasonable speed. Wonder what's happening on this stream. Doing a lot of fighting against goblins off map and digging deep and greedy and trying to invade hell with an army of baby dragons and rocks and hydras and dragons and rocks and hydras and dragons and rocks and dragons and rocks and hydras. Also, the Heavenly Hammer. I think that id here, Stop Tour, the Heavenly Hammer, won the name of mechanisms. The Heavenly Hammer of mechanisms, you've won the best name, Dwarf. Just the Heavenly Hammer was already pretty good, but of mechanisms, it's even better. Clashed with 285 goblins slaying 10. Well, at least they're slaying 10 at a time. Except this time we're going to send a third squad. Go get them, dwarves. A bunch of them are going to go get the Adamantine breastplates, I presume. Oh, I mean, I'm sure you would if you weren't in prison. Carbohydrates. We've got some random additional meat shields appearing. Rock on. Damn right. So yeah, no, they're doing this purely because it's fast and easy. That's literally the only reason we're doing this. It's a very fast and easy way to get a lot of mining experience. A dragon, a rock, and a hydra walk into a fort. It's more like a dragon and a hydra roll a rock into the fort. And the dwarves say, "Oh, bird?" Yeah, I'm tired. I'm not fully cognizant today. It's Monday vibes. Chat was correct earlier. Monday vibes. Clap. You're welcome. I made a funny humor. This is what they pay me the bucks for. I can't say the big bucks, but some people do pay me bucks for this. Dozens of them. Another hydra has gone into a wild state, but it's fine because it's in a cage. So it's not really a threat to us. I don't even know how that... Whoa. Thanks for the 10 bucks.
Letter and cheered. X1000. Some bucks.
I can't discern the size of those bucks because I haven't actually seen them yet. I just know that they are bucks, but thanks for the bucks. One could say that the bucks stops with... I can't say they stop with me, but maybe they stop with you. I don't know. Thanks for the bucks. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. I'm like fucking zonked today. I can't even fully explain why. I like... The later the day gets. Like, I slept for 8 hours last night. It's not like I took a bunch of melatonin or something, but like, I just woke up today, I'm like, I have no energy. What the shit? Where for multiple work orders should use the same type of workshop, like for example, stone order, but for one reason only whenever it gets used. There's like a setting that you can enable to do something like that, but outside of that, I don't know why that would happen. Aside from maybe things getting canceled because the item isn't available, or like, yeah, I don't know why that would be happening. I mean, maybe you've gone into here and like enabled this, but outside of that, I don't know what would cause that. Since it's such good armor, it's as of the so Wolf Fords 1 in YouTube chat says, I had no idea that mining adamantine was so abysmally slow. It's slow because of the changes that happened for the siege update. So when goblins and stuff siege, they can knock your walls down, and they use pickaxes to do that. And the material that the walls are made out of change the speed of changes how quickly they're able to mine through your walls based on the material. And that change is what made adamantine so abysmally slow to mine through. It wasn't that way up until that patch. I kind of like the change on paper. Like, it doesn't bother me, but it does like make you value legendary miners a lot more, especially when you're this far into a fort. Oh, wow. I found me an aquifer. And I have it set so that they can just dig through the aquifers at the moment, so they're just going to dig through. If anything, it's faster mining skill. But yeah, my more novice miners are gaining mining skill way quicker doing this. Because they can mine through this stuff significantly quicker. If I look at this, we've got novice miners all the way down to there and adept miners up to the top. It's also why I have them using adamantine picks, because they're so much better. And I've got a ghostly human performer who's emerged at the fort. Which must be memorialized. And a bunch of polar bear women stole a bunch of wine and ran away because my military decided to leave their backpacks on the edge of the map. Why they did that, I'm not sure. But they did that. I don't know how I feel about this. Is big thing happening tomorrow? Maybe not that big, but something I'm excited about. Potentially, maybe. Which is why you maybe should watch the stream tomorrow. You're also having hella allergies? I'm convinced that's what it is, because like my eyes feel watery and shit. It's not like bad enough to take pills for. Especially considering like allergy meds will make me tired-er. They will in fact increase level of tiredness. Which won't necessarily make things better. That is a lot of miners. All getting mining experience simultaneously. At least it's a new skill they're all learning, you know? Most of them are just novices, but thankfully we're getting some that are higher than simply novices. But yeah, honestly, I think that Tibe hit the nail on the head actually with that statement. It's just the change is good because it makes miners more valuable. I completely agree. I completely agree. A forest that is both vile and dark has arrived. It is led by a goblin named Uspu. He is a baby snatcher, and man, my baby dragon's been busy. I'm just going to send all of my squads out here. Thankfully, this crew is nice and close. And the Hammerlord Polar Bear Lady can partially lead the charge, although she's going the wrong way. And we are arriving in the nick of time to help the little baby dragons. Snatchers have arrived, protect the childs. And the Sodel, the Hammerlord. Did we shenanigans him back into the fort? I guess not. They chase them off. We discover an ambush just outside the gates. But the dwarves are like, I may turn around. Actually, never mind. On second thought, let's charge. Because there is a bunch of goblins outside. And one of my dwarves is outside with them, dying horribly. It sucks to be brave in times of crisis. Don't you fucking kill my baby. My little baby dragon is more valuable than literally anything. You better go back. Are your siblings safe? Yes, your siblings are safe. Good. Go home. You stupid little dragon. Especially considering there's another ambush, in fact, which was discovered by a dwarf who's very not smart. Take all of these dwarves, and I'm going to grab this tool. I'm going to do this. There's a bunch of miasma coming out of that. I need a bigger food stockpile. Bigger food stockpile it is. Guess what? I now have lots of space for food stockpiles. I wasn't even planning on using this for that, and that's what I'm going to use this for. Shoutouts to Kravis the Great, who's repen pasturing the poor baby Meissner the cooked hatchling dragon. Baby dragons are the future indeed, but apparently we've created masterpiece Hydra meat roasts. Hydra's meat roasts. Roasts meat Hydra. Oh, that's the other problem. Gotta enable all this. So much giant grizzly bear fat. You were the one pulling the baby dragon back into the fortress because it decided to just run off and be silly and charge an entire goblin squad by itself. You were the one hauling it back in. That's all. A baby dragon decided to be cute and you were helping pull it back. I'm definitely a Hydra herder. Yeah, that's true. At the very least, we're not hydrophobic. And my squads have returned. We feasted until dawn, and then with a yawn, saw a goblin and ram. Yep, pretty much. You want to... if there's a dwarf named Kel, then OGG. I have a question. Why are we naming a dwarf after a sound file type? I can do that, yeah. Go find me a Kel. I think there's several, but... No, I think it's technically actually hydropower. Oh, Kellogg, right? Duh. Sorry. Have to remind everybody that I'm very out of it today, but no, I get it. I guess it would be a log, like an L-O-O-G-G, right? Clash with 236 goblins. Getting better by the day. K-E-L. Yep, I got a trader named Kel. Log. Kellogg. Hope pick. Feel strong urges and seek short-term rewards, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He tries to keep things orderly and acts with little determination and confidence. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He has an active sense of humor, and he likes to keep things practical without delving deeply into the abstract. He speaks rapidly when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual. In terms of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. Thinks friendship is important and dreams of creating a masterwork someday. He likes like pewter and gold opal and nap fabric and water buffalo for their water wallowing and grizzly bear men for their strength. Chichery for their taste, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven rum and absolutely hates worms. He's married to Kib. Kiblogs, as we call her, and John Kellogg Urith. It's Kellogg's. You're welcome. We now have a Kellogg. Some stupid Minotaur thinks it's strong enough that it can actually win a fight against my fortress, so I can already tell you that's not gonna go so hot for him. I'm just gonna close this off and let the baby murder lizards burn it to pieces. Like Special K for I liked Special K for the dried strawberries, but and as to be expected, BAP! Get him, buddy. It was a radish fire. They're all 8 years old. 2 more years, chat. Then they'll be able to make babies too. Well, they're almost done digging through all of this nonsense. If I go up to here, at the very least we have a bunch of novice miners now, and adequate miners instead of just having a bunch of novice miners, we have mostly adequate and competent and above, which is good. It is, after all, one of the most dangerous jobs any dwarf can do. See you later, Dulcan. You have a good night, dude. Queen Thing, thanks for the raid. Hello. Usually your weavers die first? Why your weavers? Do they weave a tale of their own demise? I have a feeling I can just dig straight through this, but that I don't actually know. How was the stream today? How was forts? I haven't seen one of your forts since the Mog Juice fort, so it's been a little bit. Why do DF devs hate the idea of winged dragons again? They don't hate the idea of winged dragons. Winged creatures just are simply very expensive when it comes to pathing. So they're reluctant to make winged creatures. It's got nothing to do with winged dragons. And yes, I realize we have winged creatures that, like, are forgotten beasts, but those aren't above ground. Like, it's literally just like a pathing thing. But I think hate is a very strong word. Oh, that was close. Damn, dude. Talented miner at the very least. Adequate. Adequate. Skilled. Adequate. A+ for progress. About to get hit by some ads. Just let them run. I will pause the game if anything dramatic happens. But I have a feeling it's mostly just going to be digging unless we stumble upon something mean. This is a very, 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 very deep lava tube. That looks sus as all hell. There we go. This is going to fill this up with more water. Heh. At least nobody died. That's what we needed. So now we can dig through this and this, allowing this to get a little less deep so that the dwarves can actually traverse in here. There's more water back there, by the way, which is always fun. We are now in the ad breaks. Hey! That was a lot of lava. Well, that was sketchy. And go into the inkwell. Thank you very much for the raid as well. Jeez, everybody's raiding blind today. Appreciate you. This is also your first fort where you got adamantine? Oh man, you too are suffering through the slow adamantine mining speeds. I just had to dig out like a third of a layer to train my miners back up because they lost so much of their skill. That was a... Nobody saw that? Nobody saw that. And even if you think you saw that, trust me, you didn't see anything. Smile and wave, boys. Oh no, it's a ghost. Wow, that was quick. No, unrelated ghost, actually. I'm sure he's fine in the next life. But yes, I'm sure he's fine as well. And the spooky human ghost is no longer a spooky human ghost. Just a spooky human gravestone.
Crypt Rock.
Port M5, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. You Crypt Rock, man. There's just open space there. That is exceptionally dangerous. I was about to be like, someone's going to drown here. Doing this ain't going to do anything. You're either going to drown or you're going to climb out. There you go. You climbed out. You made it out. Proud. Oh, there goes another one. This is Double Dragon, who also got out. How about you? Okay. Just realized that this dwarf isn't, wait, okay, never mind. Isn't a dwarf. I was like, this dwarf has an elf name. That's because you're an elf, not a dwarf. Deep within this place, which is both strange and placey, we've uncovered a treasure of the gods, which is a bright metal great pick. All right, I need to know. Can you equip that as a weapon? It's not the first one of those that I've found. I found a few of those. But I want to know if it can be equipped as a weapon by a polar bearman. Not a goblin spy has been missing for a while. Must have been a goblin spy. The Forgotten Beast, Semamakasatarilthalu, has come, an enormous blob composed of water. It has 2 short tails and squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison gas. I want to be like, oh no, a troglodyte will kill it. You know what? That's probably true. Like, this ain't gonna live very long. Skull drink. Simic skull drink. It's like the kids at the goth club sipping wine out of skulls. This is the deep within this strange place. We've uncovered another treasure of the gods. Ooh, what that? No. Wow. This is a square translucent metal shield. And that was the human that got eaten by the Knee-hide. Was the one that got unexisted most recently. The bright metal great pick is just such a good image. It's just, I guarantee you it's too big for most of the dwarves to use, if not all of them. Although it's not heavy because Kiddo here is carrying it quite easily. I don't use items that don't have sprites associated with them, just because then I can't tell what dwarves are using weapons at a glance, and I find that really annoying. Actually, I wonder. I'm going to unassign it and first see if I assign a polar bear person as a miner, if they'll just go equip it. That's what I'm going to do first, because I'm curious. Okay. Like, if I just grab you and be all like, go be a miner, Darius, will you go equip it? Probably not. You're probably going to go the complete wrong direction. Some dwarf has claimed something. Oh, no mold was here, of course. Yeah, so it doesn't equip it. Goes and gets a steel pick. But the next thing I'm going to try is, if I tell you to go equip it, can you and will you? First, you go and get a nicer helmet. And of course, an adamantine breastplate. But yeah. Although maybe I would need to tell you to not use that. Yeah, no. So you can't wield it. Let's just go back to melee metal armor. So now let's go to you and say, equip that, but you're napping, so I'll have to wait for you to wake up. You're kind of sad there was no sprite. They do have sprites unless it's got like an adjective ahead of it. So it's like thin mask won't, but a normal mask will. We decided to settle on a terrifying shrubland, says Gravos in the YouTube chat, and not everything is undead. Interestingly enough, only half the animals are undead. It is a reanimator. Yeah, no, you'll get a mix of them. Is there a trick to embarking on really, really tall tiles? You have to generate a really, really tall world. It took me 11 hours to get this map as wild as it is. Sembris. You want higher levels of erosion. You don't want to periodically erode extreme cliffs. There's a bunch of settings that you can set so that you get crazier cliffs. And then you have to just find them. Hope they all get sprites eventually. There's actually a mod I do kind of recommend which does remove all of the sprite or all of the items from the game that don't have sprites associated, which is like mostly the like conical or blocky or square adjective items. Your evil biome has vile mucus. It prevented some traders from unloading goods. It was a haunted biome that I first saw a dwarf say I was forced to consume vomit, and it was truly distressing. So what are you going for? Wait, did you just go equip an iron buckler? Why would you do that? Right, well. That's pretty dope. Hold on. So you've got a shield, a hammer, a great pick, and a shield? Anyway, we just got an artifact adamantine pick, so that's pretty dope. That's going to go to my general, I think. Actually, maybe the champion. Although, actually, I don't think he can equip it because his hands are full. But the good news is the bear does, in fact, have the great pick wielded. Which is awesome. I have a drill that will pierce hell. Nah, he's just gonna use it as a weapon. Just basically just like a murder spear. That'll probably hit like a truck. Are those rubies? Yeah, they are. Is there anywhere around here that I can dig through? That'll make it drain at a reasonable speed. No, not really. Aside from maybe smoothing and fortifying it. Human caravan has arrived. Bits I don't really care about. There goes that. So you're going to dig up to there? Oh. Then I can't even dig down through this. Well, fine then. Will be double risky. Double risky all the way across the sky. What is life without a little bit of risk? Okay, so you do that. You do the fortifying. Lava spills out, which actually didn't go bad at all. Like, could have been, then there was... stuff down there anyway. Yep, can't even dig into this. Have to do it manually. Okay. I'll wait until that's done and all this is gone. And then we'll channel into that and let all this stuff out. I'm that age, carbohydrates. What does it mean? Well, we still don't know. You know that guy is still making music videos for the Double Rainbow song? Like as of a couple of years ago. It's like every 8 months or so he'd put out another version of that music video. It's like, I respect the hustle, Like he just got a lifelong side gig out of just making variants, or somebody is on that YouTube channel. So either he's still alive or someone is doing that. Whoever owns the rights to that channel is just uploading new variants to that song every so often. It could be a family member, who knows? But I did look into it relatively recently because I was curious. But I didn't look into it further than just the YouTube channel, so. That's unfortunate, Tibe. Jornelius, thank you very much for the 39th month. Welcome back. I'm a little bit loopy today, but I have reason to believe from good authority that you should tune into the stream tomorrow because I can't say why, but it'll be cool. That's all I got. I can't say why other than it'll be cool. So, for Dwarf Fortress reasons. Okay, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna go be risky. He uploaded videos on YouTube to be released on a schedule for 15 years? Okay, that's kind of awesome. One-tap walls? Not adamantine walls. Maybe other material walls. Run, Dwarf! Yeah, they don't one-tap, but they're pretty quick. What? Saw that dwarf running through going, what are you doing there, dwarf? At least they have a other way out. All right, where there my miner at? Perfect. So now I can just go down here and get all of that deconstructed and all of this removed. But we need that to be done first. So maybe I'll just go up here and go here and go here and do that and that. Although, alternatively, they could actually use this route, but I don't know if they will. Do you ever hear a baby making upset baby noises and you think it's a bird until you realize it's a baby? I was like, that's a weird bird. And then I was like, nope, that's a baby. And that's probably the sound that he'd be making, Danielus. Are those geese? Yes. You hear honking beyond the horizon? Be funny if you weren't joking and there was actually like a flock of geese outside of where you live. Hilmar the Dwarf. I don't know if it's because the upset ones keep dying or something else, but the moods have actually improved quite a bit. So Anvil Bolts is a pretty good name there, kid. This is going to immediately catch fire once more. Actually, no. We were able to clear it. Sweet. Good job, kiddo. Good aim with the bucket. Those rough diamonds are gonna be cleared out in no time. Over there can get fortified. And I can bring the squads in. And I think that, oh yeah, we're good. There's also water up there. Or like frogs or crickets. I love the sound of crickets, but I've met some people in my life that hate the sound of crickets. Having lived close to them for one reason or another, I adore the sound of them. I think they are one of the most relaxing sounding creatures in existence. Okay, so you're carving a fortification there. Let's hope it's not a ball of fire. Oh, hey, something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket, and it has webs. This is a sludge devil. It's a very large humanoid composed of mud. My name is Mud. I'm here to... Anyway, it's curving horns, and it has a bloated body. Beware its webs, and you can hear off in the distance, Primus sucks! Get him! Shoot him! Keep shooting him! What? Oh. Apparently we found Not a Goblin Spy dead. Oh, well that explains it. I was wondering what happened to that Not a Goblin Spy. This goblin who's just running around screaming. They don't seem to be doing a very good job getting close enough to him to shoot bolts at him consistently. Come on, you're supposed to free yourselves from the nets to be able to hit this sludge devil. I realize most of his body is broken, but like... Well, maybe he was a goblin spy, okay? The only thing we truly knew for certain about him is that he was not a goblin spy. May have been one of many other kinds of spies, just not a goblin one. This is proving to be not as convenient as I wanted it to be. You out of ammo or something? No. Okay, what if I smooth and fortify these? These dwarves are having a rough week. Possibly a goblin spy. Do I have any goblins? That's the real question. I don't have any goblins, so I cannot name a goblin possibly a goblin spy. What's your next best choice? Volend? I think that Not a Goblin Spy was the last goblin, actually. A dwarf will do? What, possibly a goblin spy? Possibly a goblin spy. Is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. And she tends to hang on to grievances. She often feels cheerful, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She clicks her tongue constantly when she's trying to remember something, and she inhales sharply when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And dreams of raising a family, and personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, views loyalty unfavorably and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. She values a harmonious existence and dreams of raising a family. She likes Shem likes, or Kib rather, likes Realgar, Silver, Peridot, Birchwood, Elk Hoof, Giant, Saltwater Crocodile Bone, Barrels, Guinea Fowls for their social nature, Milkfish for their silvery bodies, and the sound of the lavender drama when possible prefers to consume Steelhead Trout, Glass Eye, Plum Wine, and Rice Flour, and absolutely hates purring maggots. You're married to a Boyer, and that's it. That's the dwarf. Now let's fortify this. I'm just hoping it'll give more dwarves the ability to shoot more often, because then I can station one squad a little further over here instead of all the way up there. It's all good, Professor. Who the heck views loyalty unfavorably? Dwarves that don't like loyalty. I would guess. There we go. Now we've got more line of sight to be shooting at this thing. The Sludge Devil. Sludge Devil sounds like a song a metal band would play. All right. We made it through the Sludge Devil. That thing was pretty tough, actually. It just shot out way too many webs. The giantess Faramay has come, a gigantic creature resembling a human almost unparalleled in size. We're about to be hit by an ad. But the giant is holding Romak Dumud, which is a copper war axe, so craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Copper warhammer. Disillusioned the people. Yeah, actually. Hopefully it runs directly through my baby dragons. So the baby dragons can exhale and sneeze real suddenly and go brap! Remember how we were asking if they destroy artifacts? So, the item is gone, and there was very briefly copper steam, so... Yeah, it's, they definitely destroy artifacts. Boy. Turns out, they definitely do. This dwarf has trauma? You mean every dwarf? Copper steam, yep. Mm-hmm. Just gonna jump up to here again. And I'm gonna send my squads back out. With legendary swords dwarf leader, legendary spear dwarf leader, and legendary dwarf leader. I'm also gonna grab these 3 squads. And I'm gonna refresh their gear, because there's a bunch of better stuff available. I'm also gonna check wafers, so we'll need more adamantine soon. That artifact got vaporized, yes. It was turned into steam. It was just made of copper. It's not like anything of value was lost, but... it did, in fact, get vaporized. And we are gonna dig down. See how far down we can get. Let's say at this point we're more or less strong enough to be able to do some silly shit. Curved downward staircase. Down, down. We'll dig up one. I was going to say up one and then down one, but I literally can't do that. Let's see what's behind that. And we found water. Would you look at that? So if I do this, I wonder if I could connect these two effectively and get rid of that. It's possible. Should also dig through you. And into you, because there's water back there somewhere. Not bad so far. That's half the lava gone. We're going to get rid of this water and that lava in the process. This kid is just hauling something out of there. As far as what? I think it was a boulder, but... Yeah, no, it's true, as Stone said. Which honestly, I would say is like disturbingly accurate for current day human society, so I guess art imitates reality, you know? Well, I think we're hitting diminishing returns for me today. I am like falling asleep in this chair. I'm kind of blaming like allergies. Like my symptoms aren't that bad, but it's like there's just a lot of pressure behind my eyes. So I think rather than taking allergy meds and probably then actually falling asleep in my chair, I'm going to rest up for the really exciting cool stream that'll be happening tomorrow for some reason that I can't confirm or deny or guarantee. So I can prepare for that. And I will do some editing tonight on a project that might come out or it might not. I think that's me for the day. YouTube folks, I will shut you down first, but if you would like to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Sorry for just doing a 6-hour stream today. I feel like I never streamed long enough when I end that early, but at the same time, thanks for hanging out and coming by. I do appreciate you. There was fire snakes down there, yes. Hey, Blind, did you figure out why dragons were not using fire breath against invaders? Nope. I have suspicions, but nothing rock solid. Alrighty, YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down first, and we will see you tomorrow for the very exciting, cool stream tomorrow that you should definitely tune in for. Yep. It's not like, you know, the magic update or anything, but it's still cool. Anyways, we'll see you later, YouTube folks. Take care of yourselves. Alrighty, Twitch chat. You guys ready to go raid somebody? I'll just take allergy meds at the start of